If we can everyone take your seat. Ron, if I can get you to just shout out in the hallway, just say we're going to start up. If you can just give a shout in the hallway for me. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Just a reminder, if you have not already done so, to go pick up your electronic voting device if you have not done that. Thank you. I know there's a bit of a lineup, but hopefully once we get that, we'll be able to start up. Thank you, everyone. If we can have you taking your seats, we are going to proceed in a moment. Please take your seats. I'm just going to call it to order now. Sure. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. We do have a quorum. I've seen the number of yellow lanyards and our combination with online. We do have quorum, and I am going to call the second day of the AGM to order. The first item that we have to deal with today is leftover from yesterday, and so what we're going to do, one of the things we did not get to yesterday was the MNBC board introduction and Q&A session. What we're going to propose this morning, and we're going to set this up, this will be our real but test vote, if I can put it that way, just so we're back in, is whether or not there's an appetite to skip that item, the introductions, and proceed directly to resolution number 1. Mr. Beaker?
Sorry, I'm seeing a couple people in the crowd are saying that they can't hear us even with the microphones on. Is everyone able to hear us pretty well? No. It's low.
The speaker's not on.
The speakers aren't on. All right.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, thank you. Why don't you give that a test, Rainey? But I think it's the speaker. Yeah, I think it's the speakers that might not be on. Yeah, we don't want to be conducting business here and having the head table look like a bunch of fish. Even worse if we sound like the parents from the Peanuts. Wah, 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 wah.
Anthony, is that speaker working in the corner now?
Okay, there we go.
Perfect. Thank
Excellent.
you. Thank you very much.
Okay. 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 So once we have the vote ready about whether or not we want to do the board Q&A or if we wanted to just get right into the business, we'll put that up. While we have a moment, our delegate count for this morning is 180 people have registered in person, and we have 10 people online. Okay, so voting is now open. So if you would like to have the board Q&A start this morning, press A. If you would like to go directly to resolution 1, press B. Yeah, launch poll online. Okay, we'll give 5 more seconds for people in the room. 5 seconds. All right, voting is now closed. Okay, so we have 24 for the board Q&A, 73 to go ahead with resolution 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we get to the substance of number 1, this is the beginning, obviously, of our second day. I do want to remind everyone of the standing rules. I know some of these resolutions, in particular the first one, just from what I'm hearing over the last night, there's going to be a lot of discussion, a lot of passion, I expect. I want everyone to please remember to keep things, we want to maintain decorum. We want to keep this a place where people are not feeling attacked, but that thoughts and concerns and everything else can be expressed in a good way. I know we have Director Fisher here, and the expression, you know, we keep our children in the middle of us. We should be able to have a conversation with the expectation that the children are there in the middle watching and hearing what's being said. So I want to make sure that we're all in that mind frame when we come to this discussion or these discussions today. One of the things that we often do, and I think it's a great thing to do, is when we have a resolution, and we can remember this has gone back for years, we read out the entire resolution. Everyone has this particular resolution in their books. It's been online for a period of time as well. I'm going to inquire of the Assembly whether we could, in this specific instance, forego the reading of the entire resolution number 1 and begin with movers and seconders, or if the preference is to maintain as normal and read the entire thing. I expect that will take a fair bit of time to do that, but I would leave that to the Assembly. So, sorry, just a moment. Thank you. And I've been advised that June Graham has offered to say any debrief or anything at the conclusion of this resolution or any of these resolutions. So certainly you can take President Graham up if there's any concerns or any discussions that need to sort of debrief. So I'm going to invite whether or not that is something that there is an appetite, and I do see a speaker to my left, and I will recognize Mr. Van Weergen.
Check. There you go. Vince Van Weeringen, Northeast Métis Association Vice President. I'm wondering if perhaps maybe instead of reading through the whole resolution, we could go through the preamble, the last part of it, just to help those that are here that maybe didn't have the time to kind of read all 15 pages. That's page 74. And maybe there's an appetite for that, sorry.
So to clarify, you'd like the preamble of the proposed 2S LGBTQIA+. We'll read out the preamble.
No, I think that's fine. What I'm going to do is look for unanimous consent. If there's any objection to not reading the whole thing at this time, please raise your hand. All right, so what I'm going to suggest, we do the kind of the whereas bit to kind of set that background. It's not very lengthy, and then to the preamble on page 74, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. Resolution 1, we're going to start on page 65 in your books. The subject is the 2S LGBTQIA+ Act. Legislation affected is the Constitution, MNBC Act, and Electoral Act. It was submitted through the Métis Nation Governing Assembly via the Region 1 Director and was submitted on December 2nd, 2023. The vote required for approval is 3/4 or 75%. Whereas the 2S LGBTQIA+ have a desire to organize themselves, the Two Spirit, Two Worlds report has identified statistics on the overrepresentation of egregious harms being endured by our 2S LGBTQIA+ citizens. Advocacy and resources are necessary to address the inequity faced by the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, and a 2S LGBTQIA+ voice at the Métis Nation Governing Assembly would be beneficial to the entire Métis Nation. We'll then go to page 74 and go to the preamble of the proposed 2S LGBTQIA+ Act. Preamble, the mission statement of the Métis 2S LGBTQIA+ of British Columbia. We, the Métis 2S LGBTQIA+ of BC, vow to walk with integrity as the proud Otipemisewack, people who govern themselves, our ancestors prayed for, to elevate and center the voices of our people in the decisions that impact our nation, to foster a culture of Wahkohatan, kinship/interconnectedness within our nation, and to build a future where 2S LGBTQIA+ can thrive alongside our relatives. I'm sorry, I'm not going to butcher that word. I'm very sorry. If somebody does have the pronunciation of that word, I'd welcome it to be read out.
Thank you very much. So at this time, I'm going to look for a mover and a seconder. And I'll recognize speaker to my left.
Angel Robinson, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. I so move.
Thank you. Yes.
Louis DeJager, Chilliwack Métis Association. I second that.
Thank you very much. I'm going to invite Angel then to come speak to it as the mover.
So I wrote this resolution following a body of research in the province. It was the first research project that specifically examined the lived experiences of 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis people in the province. And what that research found was appalling. And I think it speaks to the need for greater representation across all walks of life. So I'm just going to read some of the key findings from that report. That report found that over 60% of 2S Métis people have been discriminated against during a hiring process on the basis of their 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis identity. Nearly 25% of Two-Spirit Métis people are living below the poverty line in BC, and 39% make less than $40K per year. 57% of Two-Spirit Métis people have been discriminated against when accessing housing on the basis of their identity. And 28% have moved specifically due to their Two-Spirit Métis identity. 34% have experienced being unhoused. Less than 50% feel confident that they will receive good care when entering healthcare services, and nearly 88% have avoided seeking medical care in the past. 74% have been diagnosed or treated for a mental health condition, and 24% have struggled with substance dependence. 49% have had a negative interaction with law enforcement or the legal system, and 37% had been the victim of a crime specifically on the basis of their Two-Spirit identity. Only 15% of the people who had experienced that crime had ever reported it. 58% had experienced intimate partner violence, and only 6% had ever reported it. And the one that I think is the most pertinent here is that 82% have experienced suicide ideation. And I think that speaks louder to the way that Two-Spirit people have been feeling in their lives and the lack of safety. I heard yesterday someone say that as a nation, we're beginning to step into the light. Your Two-Spirit people are still in the shadows. We're still without a voice in many settings. We stand now at the precipice of change. As our nation continues to go forward, we have a choice today. We can choose whether we are bringing our Two-Spirit kin with us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll invite Mr. DeJager as the seconder first, and then I'll be adding names to the list as I see them.
Great, thank you very much. So here we are. Here we are. This is us evolving. So remember, it was the MNGA who appointed the Two-Spirit Committee to do this work and to give us those facts and to give us all that information that we needed. And it was also our responsibility to teach and to guide. That will come as we keep evolving, because this is us evolving. It's becoming more inclusive. More voices is not a bad thing. I remember 15 years ago when we had this conversation in the our regional, and it was when the Constitution was coming up, and I said to Lisa, oh my God, how long ago was that? Before I stood up in front of 500 people and came out in front of 500 people. What a horrific and terrible event that was for me. I mean, I literally shit my pants. But you know what, I was turned down by Clem Chartier, and he said, you're not, you're already you. He said, I remember the words, it was, you people are already in the Constitution. You already protected. You don't need that protection here. No, we need the protection here in our communities, in our regions, and our culture. Our kids need to run to our culture, not away from it, especially when they're not accepted by their parents, their community, their workplace, or as running for vice president for the Métis Nation BC. Because those emails came in. Because I was who I was losing votes. That can happen. We should be able to run equally for any position in our nation and be able to bring our smarts and bring our best foot forward. We're part of the culture. We should not be excluded from it. And so for those reasons, you know what, it's not perfect. The legislation itself, we have some election issues and we can get through that. Those are details. But basically, we've discussed this at all levels, and I think we're there, we're ready. So be fearless, be resilient, be Métis and welcome us in. Chimikwich.
Yes, please go ahead on my left.
Good morning, Topher Burke, Columbia Valley Métis Association. Tanshi, Bumatan, my relatives. My name is Topher Burke. I also carry the name Mahican. It's Cree for wolf. This name was bestowed upon me by our Two-Spirit Kukums in a beautiful ceremony in a traditional pit house of the Osoyoos people, in a healing ceremony that we put together for our people. The name was gifted to them by the ancestors. This name is a great honor. It comes with great responsibility. For the wolf, as part of one of the 7 sacred teachings, representing the teaching of humility. Humility is knowing that we are all one. We are all equal. No one is above nor below. Our ancestors teach us everyone is a gift. Everyone has a place in community within the circle. When the circle is whole, we as a people are whole. We each have a purpose. We each have gifts to share. The second teaching of the wolf is just that, community. Wolves live in a pack where everyone has a role and everyone is taken care of. With a strong, look after the weak. I share these teachings with you here today to remind you of the importance of community and that we, as a Two-Spirit people, are just that, people. We have many gifts to share, important roles to take up within our communities. Before the black robes showed up a few hundred years ago and tried to erase us and the ancient cultures of our ancestors, we, the Two-Spirit people, were considered sacred, revered for our gifts, and were an integral part of our communities. They tried to erase us because they were scared of our power. If people knew that they had the power to transform, to be their true selves, then they wouldn't be controllable. So instead, we were made out to be abominations, something to be feared. The only people we need to fear are the ones that try to divide us, so they can control us, so they can take away our power, so they can take away our gifts. Our Cree relatives have a name for us, Tastawiniu. It can be translated as those who walk in two worlds, or those who stand in the doorway doorway between. We are the in-between people. We don't necessarily wholly fit into the patriarchal nor the matriarchal roles. We're something else, in between. Neither half of one or the other, but whole in two ways. This gives us a unique place in which to view the world. With unique gifts, unique insights, since we can walk in both worlds, we can see and we can feel both sides. We can be the equilibrium between them. For this reason, our integral ancestral roles within the community were as mediators, as the medicine people, and as foster parents. Recently, I was gifted the opportunity to travel with a fellow Métis community leader east across the prairies to the Two-Spirit Sundance held in the motherland, Manitoba, on Two-Spirit lands. It was beautiful beyond words. It's hard to describe the beauty, the energy, the magic. There's powerful magic that happens when us Two-Spirit kin gather. The healing I bore witness to and experienced for myself was nothing short of incredible. The journey was a bit of a somber one, though. We visited Batoche, where my ancestor, Michel Trache, is buried in the mass grave, not far from that of Gabriel Dumont's. He died defending our right to exist as Métis people. We visited the Badlands of Drumheller, where my grandparents grew up in tar paper shacks. We visited the graves of great Métis leaders like Cuthbert Grant Jr. and our martyr, Louis Riel. We visited the Museum of Human Rights, where the atrocities committed against our Métis ancestors are on full display, right next to the display of 2S LGBTQIA+ people and how we've had our rights abused for centuries. We saw the road allowances where our ancestors were forced to live upon and then forced off of. All of this makes one reflect on how parallel and interconnected the Two-Spirit experience is to the Métis one, and how both still experience prejudice to this day, including amongst our own communities. If we ever want this to stop, we need to look at ourselves first, to make our circle whole again, to treat each other with love and respect. I grew up in a very small, very redneck town in the Kootenays. Like many of my queer kin, I didn't get to fully experience being a teenager. I was too busy looking over my shoulder, scared for my life. It was also the height of the AIDS epidemic. Matthew Shepard had just been brutally beaten and left to die on a barbed wire fence outside of Laramie, Wyoming, several months before I came out. I never thought I would even make it to 40, so I didn't plan on it. This led me down a path of poor decisions, addictions, and allowing myself to be in abusive relationships, a path many of my Two-Spirit kin know all too well. It wasn't all bad, though. This path led me to the gay village in Toronto, where I experienced firsthand the power of community, inclusion, and connection. Unfortunately, with that also came the experience of bearing witness to the pain many of us Two-Spirit folks carry in our hearts and our bodies. The pain of rejection from our families, from our communities, and from each other. This pain, that pain, is far too much for many to bear. It's nothing short of tragic, the number of folks I've known who've crossed over the Rainbow Bridge, either by direct or indirect suicide. I myself teetered on that very brink. And let me tell you, pulling yourself back from that brink, out of the darkest of holes, is a hell I would not wish upon my worst abuser. Thankfully, I was able to find my way home to our culture. I found connection. I found community in our Métis kin. And I found healing in our ancient ceremonies. We, the Two-Spirit people, are here today asking you to approve this resolution so that we may join in the circle, taking our ancestral place within community to share our gifts, our unique perspectives, and to give voice to those who've been long repressed, to represent ourselves, and to share our resilient love. Merci, Chimegwech.
I've got two speakers on my list. I've got Rob Anderson, and then we've got Lorraine Greaves online, so I'll turn it over to Rob.
Thank you, Rob Anderson, Vancouver Sea to Sky Métis Association. I come here representing Region 2 today, and we decided in our RGC the other night that we, as a bloc, approve this and that we will be voting in favor for this. And it was unanimous, so we urge you to consider to do the same in the other regions. I grew up at a time when it was very, very hard to be gay and I grew up hating myself because I was gay. And there was no space for me in this world. We talk about our children today and how we want to bring up our Métis children in a good way. I did not grow up in a good way. I grew up in a mentally abusive world and hid myself and hated myself because I was who I was. And I don't want to see the kids, our kids, in the next generation grow up in the same way that I did. I didn't come out until I was 40. I should change that. I didn't come into myself until I was 40. And it's taken, I'm not going to tell how many years because I'll give away my age now. But it's taken me all that time since to go through healing and to come to love myself for who I am. And it's the only way that I've been able to find real love for other people too. Because if you don't love yourself, you can't love someone else fully. So I will just say this, please vote for this resolution. Please allow your children and grandchildren and all the ones that come after to be accepted for who they are. Not by choice, they don't make a choice. We don't make a choice to be gay. We are, and I've known since I was a child that I was. And I tried to pray the gay away in the church. It didn't work. It absolutely didn't work because it's integral to my being. The elders that gave Topher his name also gave me a name, and my name is Little Bear. It's Apashish Muskwa. And a bear is a protector, and a bear is a healer. And that's what I want for all those that come after me. I don't want to claim it for myself. I've gone through it and I've lived through it. But I just pray for that for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. We have our next speakers online, Lorraine Greaves. Just a moment, Lorraine, it's not coming. Lorraine, if you can just try again, sorry, just a moment, Lorraine. Yeah, it's only coming onto the laptop here. It's not coming through the system yet.
All right, we're all awake now.
In another situation, we might have all run out of the room. Right? Put the microphone on the screen. Right? It does. not plugged in. No, I'm good. If I sit down, I'll probably not
Thank
get
you
back
for your
up.
patience, Lorraine. We're just trying to make sure that we can try to hook this up so
Right.
everyone in the room can hear you. Lorraine, can you try again? No, still not coming through. What I'm going to suggest, Lorraine, and I apologize for your patience, if we can, we'll have one more speaker in the room, and while we're having that speaker, we're going to try to set up and get you back up next. Our apologies for that, but we'll have you next. I'll recognize Jan Oven.
Yes, thank you, Jan Ovens, Cowichan Valley Métis. I have to speak in favor of this. This is respectfully, Louis, it's not an evolution. It's the truth. It's about being honest. It's about family.
Can we try Lorraine again? No, it's still not coming through. Again, our apologies, Lorraine. We'll keep trying you after each speaker here. The next, well, the next two speakers I had were actually online as well. I have Lauren Peterson and Kaylee Borsboom. What we'll do is once we get that working, we'll get all three of you in a row. Until then, I'll just start with Mr. Gladu.
I think it was important for me to come up here, and I've been praying about what I need to say. I'm up here for my niece. I have nieces that are, even when they were young, I knew they were different. I coached them hockey, and they were good hockey players. And I thought, but things would change, and just like, I'm hearing all this, but I'm saying this. I'm a heterosexual male. I'm married to a beautiful woman. I have beautiful children. I'm one of those guys that, you know, when you play the game, you play the game. I've been captain of the hockey teams, captain of the other sports that I played, baseball, whatever it is. I've been very fortunate through my athletics that helped me to get where I'm at. Being Indigenous was the biggest struggle because I'd be called names on the ice. I'd be called names in the ball field. And I have these scars, I've earned these scars well. And I was also served 26 years in the RCMP. Very fortunate through that career to have a very good career because of my strong personality. But was it easy? No. I fought within my own. I had to fight my own officers to not make them understand what it meant to be Indigenous, to be Métis. And we're still doing that today. So where I'm coming up here as a strong male, saying I support this because we need not to evolve, we need to realize Two-Spirit has always been amongst us from the beginning of time.
Can we try Lorraine again?
Hey there, it's Lorraine. Testing.
We've got you. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. This sounds okay? Could go?
Yes, please.
Wonderful. Tanche, bon matin, my relatives, Lorraine Greaves, Deschenec Hachon, Minot de famille, Les Greaves, Lee Grant, Lee Monroe, Lee Muskegon, Lee Breland. Good morning, my relatives. My name's Lorraine Greaves. My family names are Greaves, Grant, Monroe, Muskegon, and Breland. I am a Two-Spirit person and an extremely proud Métis citizen. I'm a healthcare leader. I've got a provincial leadership role in health in BC. I'm a clinical counselor and I'm a parent. I have a Two-Spirit daughter. I've proudly served on the MNBC Two-Spirit LGBTQIA+ Council since its inception. I've volunteered my time there and I'm so thankful for the nation's support of that work. It's meant so much to me. I'm also a Sundancer. I just finished my first year of Sundance ceremony at the Two-Spirit Sundance, led by our Two-Spirit Métis Kookums, Kookum Charlotte and Barbara. This year in the arbor at Sundance, surrounded by my beautiful Two-Spirit relatives, kin, and allies, I prayed for all of our Métis citizens and for all of our ongoing healing together. I want to continue to grow strong alongside all of you, including those of you who are still learning how to include us. But sometimes I'm not certain that I'm welcome here, and we need to change that today. I come here nervously, not sure of what will come, and I invite everyone to be kind and respectful as we discuss this important topic. This resolution is an important step for all of us in our healing journey. Transphobia and homophobia are legacies of colonization. Please remember this as you think about this resolution today. Please don't leave us behind again. Two-Spirit people are in a time of revival and resurgence, and that time is just beginning. And we are seeing rising violence and open hatred being hurled at us, at our people, and the harms are real. You have heard reference to egregious harms for our Two-Spirit and LGBTQIA+ people. Spirit people are in a time of revival and resurgence, and that time is just beginning. I just had an echo, so I'm pausing for a second. Is the sound okay?
Yes, the volume or the way it came across changed, but now I think we've got you back, so please continue.
Okay, wonderful. I wanted to share that in health research, it's a well-known fact that Two-Spirit people face some of the worst health outcomes of all people. And tragically, we have the highest early death rate of almost all people who we research. So we need to turn that around. There are times when we need our allies to stand with us, and there's times when we also need you to stand up for us. And we ask for both today. We need this from our allies, and we need you to support this resolution. This is a really important time in history, and it's critical that a voice for 2S, LGBTQIA+ people be enshrined in the governance structure of MNBC. This will help ensure that MNBC has a structure that ensures that our voice will be heard, protected, and lifted so that we have a seat at the table. I want to thank Angel Robinson and everyone else who's worked on this resolution over time. This has been a very important resolution for me as a Two-Spirit member of this nation. To see it succeed today will help me know, and my daughter know, that we are valued and that we have an official voice at the table and with this nation. I invite you to vote in support of this resolution, and I thank you so much for your time today. Hi, hi.
Thank you very much. Loren Peterson online.
Tanshe Kioao, Lauren Dishnikashin. I am a Two-Spirit person. I am queer. I am very much a part of this family and a part of the work of building up this nation. People like me always have been, but people like me don't always have a space where we can show up fully as ourselves and be understood. I think that the past few years, when we see what is happening in British Columbia and the broader public, there is hate on the rise. But there's also love on the rise. We have a very strong community represented in this motion that want to step forward and have a seat at the table to continue to do this work in a way that our unique lived experiences and way of seeing the world and understanding the world and bringing medicine into the very hard work that we do and bringing our nation's work forward. We just want to be seen and valued for that. I want to draw your attention to what is happening in the schools with our children who are vulnerable. Not only is our voice as Métis people shrinking by the day due to a colonial system that was created to do harm and continues to evolve to do further harm, we see that our vulnerable children who are Two-Spirit LGBTQIA+, they are also at harm. Bullying is at a high because children see that behavior in the home. We are living in a time where people are coming from across the country. They are crossing the border to protest on schools, and our children see that. With this motion, we have an opportunity not only to get a bigger table, but also to send a message to other nations and other governments that that behavior is not welcome in our home or at our table. And that is a very powerful thing. And that is the gift that we bring to this table today, and we bring to our people. And we hope that as our relatives and as our kins, that you will see that for the gift that it is, and you will consider that. Because the work that we do every single day should have those children at the heart of it. The rhetoric that we see and we experience might not necessarily be obvious to all of you, but we wouldn't be standing up now in a time that is so dangerous to do so, asking for you to stand with us if it wasn't necessary. So I beg you to consider that and allow us to step forward with integrity and dignity and love in our hearts to do the work that needs to be done today. And I pray that you think of the children because they are watching and they are learning how to be and how to navigate this world. And we want to create a safer, more loving future for them so that they in turn can do so for their children. We all have a responsibility to them and every single person beside you, in front of you, behind you. This is an opportunity to operationalize those responsibilities in a good way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Another online speaker, Kaylee Borsboom.
Merci, everybody. Kanche kiwa mijami, borsum dishina kashun in Michif, Nia, Ikam Dulu Nia. My name is Kaylee. I use she, her pronouns. I am a two-spirit trans woman. I am Métis. I am our people. I didn't think I was going to speak today, but I really felt a pull to be able to add my voice into this conversation in huge support of this act that is being put forward. And I want to thank all of our people that have been spending countless hundreds and hundreds of hours to be able to build this knowledge so that we can bring it here. And I really thank those that are bringing up this conversation, that this hasn't just been now. This is years and years of work to be able to show where we've come from and where we need to go with this conversation. Bringing us into the circle is going to allow more space for us to have more valued representation and bring our honored kin home. I'll say one piece of a story. When I was a small child, when I was a kid growing up, I never got to have my mother brush my hair because of the institutionalized and the societal homophobia and transphobia. And it was so obvious when I was a kid who I was. And I didn't get to be her. I had to be on the other side of this door, and I wasn't able to step through and fit into my space as Sikam Dulu like water. And now the connection that I have with my family and with my culture is so powerful and beautiful. And I really want to bring forward our kitchen parties. When we have our kitchen parties, if somebody shows up at the door knocking, we find a bigger table, we find another chair, and we make space for that newcomer to be able to be in circle with us, talking and breaking bread. And I think that this is what we need to look at right now. We are here. We are not the newcomer, but we are here now. And we want that seat at the table. And that's a part of who we are as Michif, as Otipemisiwak, to be able to bring that seat so that we can show up and be able to have a part of this conversation. So I strongly encourage you all to vote yes for this act, to be able to give us the seat at the table so that we can bring our knowledge, we can bring our healing, we can bring our culture, and we can bring our resurgence and our art and our care and our love, our deep, deep, deep love to the table. So, kinanasko matinawa mijami, kistu marci, and thank you all very much for the time.
Thank you very much. We have a couple speakers online and obviously the speakers in the room. I'm going to stop the list that I have at this point from the people there, and I do have Bruce and June that were wanting to speak there, and I assume it's just having a seat while waiting for your position. So I do have your names on my list as well, just so that you're aware. But the next speaker I have to my right here.
Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis. elected leader.
I better take.
What's that? Sorry. Oh. As elected leader for the Cowichan Valley Métis, self, that I lead by example. I lead by believing in values. And it was just, I have been disrespectful. And as a leader, there was no intent. And so, Pixie, I apologize. And as a leader and as a friend, talking to many people, trying to get my head wrapped around this resolution and why it should be passed, it was just this morning that I was able to realize this resolution isn't about votes. It's not about having how many people are on the seat. It's about, and yes, I had to write this down because I am forgetful, but this is from the heart. It's about being supportive, and it's about being safe. I will be voting proudly yes to this resolution. And I'm so sorry. No? Sorry, as an elected leader, I apologize.
You don't have to.
The next speaker to my left, go ahead, Pixie.
Tansei Swale Latte Telsquid Shinakashu. My name is Pixie Wells, president of the Fraser Valley Métis Association. But also I hold the portfolio and have for quite some time. And I just want to say to the old board members of the Fraser Valley Métis Association, when the AGM was held in Prince George, they came back and said, you know what? We need this seat at our table. And we have had that portfolio at that table in our chartered community ever since. So our leaders back then were doing the job they were voted in to do, represent everybody in the community. So thank you for that, Ron, or Rick, for getting up there and saying, you know what, as a leader, I'm going to do what I was voted in to do. Lead for everybody in my community, leaving nobody behind, whether I like it or not. Because that is what leadership is about. Again, I am asking people to vote in favor of this for a few reasons. The very first Two World, Two Spirit event was brought together by the Métis Nation of Greater Victoria, Fraser Valley Métis Association, then MNBC and LFMO. The data that MNBC has to date, they would not have now if it wasn't for those people showing up in a space where we need to be brave all of the time. It's not time to be brave in our own communities. We need to feel safe in our own communities. We have enough rooms that we walk into where we have to walk in with armor. And again, safe is an intention. It's not a viable, we can say this room is safe, but how safe is it? Because not all rooms are safe. A lot of us have to walk in here with bravery and armory to walk in the doors. That is not a safe community. That's not unity. That's not family. We're not asking you to give us anything that we haven't proven to you now. We've done the work. We've given you this data because we continue to come together, not because you allowed us to. All of that money that we received, a lot of those funds, we did on our own, by ourselves. No help from MNBC at the beginning or any other chartered community. It was from the grassroots, led and delivered. The last event in Osoyoos, do you know who put that together? Us, by ourselves, together. We raised that money, we put it together, we brought the Kookums here from Manitoba, and we created a space for ourselves. So again, we are doing our own work. We're not asking you to lift it up. What we're asking you to do is stand beside us, shoulder to shoulder, and allow us to eat from the same plate. That's all we're asking for. And that should be okay. Because if you were to say, A child was to walk into this room right now, would you give them the plate? Absolutely. So we should be doing the same thing. So I'm just going to ask you all, and thank you, the aunties that stood here with us, and I want to thank everybody that's supporting the people that are standing up here. And Topher, what a great, well, that guy needs to write a book, but hey, at the end of the day, we're all family, and we should be doing this together, not dividing ourselves. And again, we have a lot of great gifts. We have a lot of really intelligent people on the Two-Spirit side that are willing to do the work, wanting to do the work. And if we weren't looking for this at the beginning, why would we have put a committee together? What is that? What is that for? So, hi, mercy.
Thank you very much. My next speaker here to my right.
Tansha Kiawao, Dr. Wayne Wapimukwa, Vancouver Sea to Sky. I strongly support this resolution as a straight man, and I encourage all of my straight cousins in the room to also support this resolution. Speaking for myself, I support this resolution not for reasons to do with wokeness, not for reasons to do with identity politics. I support this resolution because of the science and because of the tradition. Scientifically speaking, our communities have always put Two-Spirit people in positions of power. And when the Europeans came, they are the ones who brought over patriarchy. They are the ones who brought over heteronormativity. Voting for this resolution is voting for our traditions, and the science is in. Two-Spirit peoples have always occupied positions of power. I strongly encourage all of my straight cousins in the room to stand with our queer family. All relations forever. Marzi.
Please go ahead to my left.
Manik Korselnitsigasan, North Fraser Métis Association. I am a Two-Spirit person, and I am deeply grateful to be part of this community. I'm crying from being overwhelmed by the love and care in this room right now, so just bear with me. And not just my Two-Spirit relatives, like having my aunties here supporting and loving, and hearing some folks have that humility to say I've caused harm is just really what this work is about, and it's why we're here and doing this for our nation. I am also super grateful to support our community within my role in the Ministry of Women and Gender Equity. When I started here in 2021, there was barely any community members that had actually come in. And to be here in this space surrounded by so many soft-hearted and loving and kind people is just phenomenal. And that speaks to us doing this work, like Pixie was saying. I don't know if I can say people's names or not. As Métis people, we have come a long way from a time where our relatives and ancestors were made to be monsters, where colonization tried to erase them from history, and where they had to hide who they were to keep them and their families safe. To be totally frank with you, some of us are still struggling to live in a world that doesn't want us to exist, where we are constantly told that we are unsafe and unwelcome. We have continuously chosen to hide ourselves away, to keep ourselves safe, or to be seen and risk harm, because that's the only way that we can build a future together, is by being seen. I regularly witness firsthand how easy it is for our well-being to be pushed to the wayside. These dedicated representatives from the 2S+ community will share our struggles in places where people may not know them, so that the majority vote can be more equitable, so that we are not the forgotten people within the forgotten people. This work isn't just for us Two-Spirit people and queer community, as you've witnessed. It's for everyone. It's for the little boy who wants to. It's for the little boy who wants the radio turned up when a Taylor Swift song comes on. It's very specific. Or a young woman that wants to work in carpentry, a job that she might love, in a safe way. And I'd really love to see a future where we don't need a Ministry of Women and Gender Equity, or where we don't need a 2S+ council, or a MWBC or MyBC council. But I just don't feel like that day is today. And I think that's it.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker online, Lydia Turenberg.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Kansai Kakiao, Lydia Nisigason, Tastawinawekwa Otapimisuaknia. My name is Lydia Tornberg. My dad's last name, Tornberg, comes from Holland. I'm Dutch on my dad's side. And on my mom's side, I'm Bungie Métis from the Bruce, Cook, Short, Cocking, and McNabb families. I'm a two-spirit, non-binary, genderqueer person. I use they, them pronouns. I'm also a drag king and a PhD student at the University of Victoria. I'm coming to you from the Métis Nation of Greater Victoria on Lekwungen Territory. I work or I volunteer on the 2S LGBTQIA+ committees of both the Métis Nation Greater Victoria and BC, where I volunteer my time. I'm also a volunteer at the Le Femme Michif Otapemsawak's National 2S LGBTQIA+ committee. I'm very fortunate to see our efforts as a people on the regional, provincial, and national level. I've also been very fortunate to meet so many of our kin. I'm here today to speak in support of this resolution, having been someone who has watched it from its genesis, and working very closely with the people who have created this, especially a shout out to Angel Robinson. One thing that I wanted to talk about was that echoing some of the things we've already heard today. I'm 27 years old, and some of my older relatives have experienced a really challenging time. And as a young person who graduated high school in 2014, it still continues to be very challenging. And I experienced homophobia by the time I was 12, before I was even out and knew who I was. I remember the first time I went out in men's clothes downtown, the fear I felt. And as a drag king, the anti-drag, anti-trans rhetoric is really starting to wear me down. I don't know if you saw this online, but last year, the Métis Nation BC put a post out on Instagram saying that we're going to be in the Vancouver Pride Parade for the first time. Please join us. And in Greater Victoria, we put on our very first Pride potluck for our community. And we had a nice Facebook post shouting out that great work. Both of those posts received severe hatred, very violent language from Métis people. I was really damaged to see people with Métis tags, their names, and people that I knew in the community saying such horrible things about myself as a performer who performed in one of the potlucks and about my people. A lot of this is coming from the States, this rhetoric that's coming from the States that was mirrored. But it's still here in Canada. Yesterday, we had the 1 Million March or whatever, I don't know their name, but they're a big anti-trans, anti-SOGI 123, which is the curriculum in the schools around gender and sexual orientation education. So we're in a really scary time. Having said that, we have amazing people in our community who are doing grassroots work, like our Soyuz gathering, like the True Spirit Sundance that goes on. And what I'm asking for you is to support this resolution, because we are already doing the work, but we just need the structural support of our nation to have that admin support, the ability to hold funds, the ability to represent our people and bring those initiatives forward in a way that's supported. We are already doing that work. We just need our relatives to support us. And for a long time, we've been represented by the women and gender equity part of our nation, and that's great. But it is an unfair burden to ask our women to be able to represent such a diverse in-between people nation. As Testawinawak, we have unique perspectives, and it's too much to ask our women to support both of our causes. So we need our own representation. And with that, as a PhD student, as I'm reading about 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis concepts and knowledge, we're always the end of the sentence. It's always, okay, women this, women that, oh, and also trans and non-binary. So we're always at the end of the sentence, and we need people who can speak of our own sentences. At the Two Worlds, Two Spirits gathering, it was the very first time in my life that I was surrounded by other 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis people. It was the very first time I thought I was alone, and here I was surrounded by people like me, and I didn't know that was possible. Finally, I just wanted to tell you that our medicine is good for everyone. I wanted to thank Monique for saying what they said, because we have men who are committing suicide at an extremely high rate. And a big part of that is that they are not encouraged to speak about their feelings and their emotions. We have women who are experiencing misogyny and even transphobia because of the way they choose to live their lives and the way they walk in the world. And so our gender and sexuality and orientation medicine is for everybody. It is a good support medicine for all of our people to be able to come forward and be their authentic selves. I'm asking you to support this resolution because we need your love to lift up the work that we're already doing. We are already here in a really good way, and we just need your support to continue and further that work. Ekosai, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Ms. Lisa Shepherd.
Hello, Lisa Shepherd, Golden Ears Métis Society. And I pray to Creator that I use the good words today, the right words. I'm very emotional. I'm an empath. I'm a cisgendered woman. And I'm going to hopefully explain this correctly. What that means is, when I was born, the doctor said, "Congratulations, it's a girl." I was declared female, and I still identify as female. And I offer that because I'm still learning, and a lot of people in this room are still learning, so I offer that explanation up. This resolution doesn't just impact the LGBTQ2IA plus Two-Spirit world people. It doesn't just impact them. It impacts every one of us. And I know this to be true because we're all connected. If anyone in this room fell down, you'd be surrounded by kin who'd be checking to see if you're okay, who'd be lifting you up. As a woman, as a Métis person, as Métis people, all of us in this room, as Métis people, we've experienced trauma. We've been led to believe and been told time and time again that we're not enough. As a woman, I have layered trauma because I've experienced violence, sexism. We need to think about layered trauma that our kin face. People in this community, they face layers of trauma. And I was privileged to stand in circle this morning with this community, and I listened to the prayers, and I listened to the things that people had to say. And I want to share with you something that one of my kin said, and that was that we need to all support each other. We need to keep each other safe. And then they said, and not just the people in this community, we need to keep safe the people that are in the community that don't understand, that might be thinking against this resolution. We need to keep them safe too. And I offer that up because this is a safe community. It's a loving community. If you're sitting on the fence, if you're fearful of this resolution and you're not sure how you want to vote, vote on the side of your heart. Because we are all in this together, and our whole community is only as strong as the most hurting person is. I've sat across from children one-on-one doing beadwork, children who are within the LGBTQ2IA plus community. And I've heard about the bullying that they experience, and it breaks my heart. None of us have the right to treat another person that way. So if you're sitting on the fence, vote on the side of your heart on this one. Thank you. Merci.
My next speaker is here on the left, who'd been in line. Yes.
Catherine Riddell, Women's Rep for Northeast, Region 7. I will be voting in favor of this resolution. I want to acknowledge the dedication and leadership that has been on display this morning and the absolute bravery that it takes to get to this mic and share in the vulnerable ways that people have. And I would urge our community members to view this resolution, in favor of this resolution, as an act towards harm reduction and an act of love for all of our community members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Bruce Dumont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, member of the Cowichan Valley Métis Nation.
Michael Dumont, member of North Island Métis Nation.
We, well, I'll say I speak in favor of this resolution. My daughter sorry about that. My daughter got married last weekend. And she did have her challenges.
Yeah, so my sister got married last weekend. It was one of the most beautiful weddings I've ever seen with her partner. We've always been, you know, their family, so I don't know, there's always been acceptance for us in my sister and her partner, and just the love of that day and being in that special moment. And we support this, and I don't know, we just support it with all love in our heart and family. There's always been acceptance from our family, so thank you.
Thanks, Michael. I was a redneck logger, and my daughter came out, and you know, she played hockey, she played football, she played rugby, baseball, played street hockey with all the boys. Didn't have any boyfriends per se, but she had a lot of friends that were boys, and she, you know, she's such a beautiful person. And I had to change my whole mindset about, you know, being an old redneck logger. And but you know, when she came out, I was just so heartful that, and happy that she did come out, and because that's who she was, you know. So what I want to do. Michael and I have 4 teepees, but we got 2 28-foot teepees, and traditionally, the two-spirited people were special people because they had the balance between the masculine and feminine part of our bodies, and they would feast and have some and give them some Cree names. So I got to talk to my mentor, Stella Johnson. We would say, Nisa, Chikos, Apitko Sanek, that means the two-spirited Métis. So I think next June, we'll set the teepees up in Courtney at the Puntledge Park and have a big celebration and a feast for the Métis people, two-spirited people. Thank you very much.
June Graham.
Good morning, June Graham, Alberni Clayoquot, Métis. And that was a beautiful wedding. I saw the pictures. It was amazing. As a community leader, I have a responsibility to get up and speak. I want to share just a little story, a short one. I was sitting with my friend Pixie in Ottawa. I don't know where Pixie went. No, she's over there. And I said, you know, because I was close enough to Pixie, enough trust with her, I could say, what does that all mean? What's 2S and on mean? So she told me. And then I'd say, what does that mean? And because I didn't understand, and I guess what I want to say is, I'm not ashamed of that. I have no reason to be ashamed of that. I did not grow up and have the experience. I am a product of my environment, like so many of us. So I need you all to hear, you do not need to be ashamed if you do not understand things. It doesn't mean they're wrong. It means we don't understand them. We haven't learned them yet. And I think as Métis people, we all know what it means to walk into a room and not be included. We do it every day. I do. As a leader, I walk into a room and I'm judged. I get a feeling I'm not supposed to be there. And I feel ashamed. That sounds pretty much like what I'm hearing here today with other folks' experiences. They're not feeling included. It's not our job to understand something that we've never lived. It is our job to respect people's. Just because people are different than ourselves, we don't have the right to judge them. I am a community president. I am a Kukum. I am a wife. And I am a daughter. I am a lot of things. I say build a bigger table. These are our kin wanting to come home. Why would we ever say no when they're ours? And as a leader, I don't feel that I am qualified to represent the 2S community. I want a 2S person leading their community. I don't feel comfortable because I do not know enough. And I hope one day that we don't have to have anyone representing everybody, that we're just one. That's what we're working for, is just being one. So I urge people to, that may be like me, that don't understand terminology. I don't understand terminology, but I understand love. I'm an expert in that. So no shame for those folks that feel like they don't understand. No shame. Absolutely no shame. Vote from your heart. This is our family. Bring them home.
Go ahead, Joy.
Joy Bremner, leader of the Mid-Island Métis Nation. I've been known as a number of things, not all really nice things, but certainly a knowledge keeper, an elder. And since my birth, I've been known as female. And you know, one of the things that's occurring here, that this is now a battleground. The sense of it being a battleground is horrific. I have been shunned, abused, and aggressively had horrid things said to me. I'm not sure why, other than I love June's comment, because at one point I said, I don't understand. And asking that question was then grounds for me to be attacked. And that's unfortunate. You know, as a woman, you know, 70 years I've spent with different battles being fought around me. Males, teachers, being shunned as a half-breed across the prairies for my whole life. You know, why now are we coming back to the same tactics in order for some individuals to want to be accepted? Once again, you know, it was an interesting conversation this morning with one of the senators, because there's now a female on the Senate. There is now, yes. And it's interesting, because then as we look at that, even in my own community, the males are standing up against women again. And I'm thinking, how far back are we going? I thought we had made progress on that front. And now as another individual and a woman, I'm being attacked and abused and harassed and really feeling a lot of hostility towards me. Yes, I am a woman, but because I ask questions. And that isn't a good way to win over a population in support. And as a leader of my community, I have to stand up here because many have come to me because they're concerned about this and they don't understand. And that's the part, if that had taken place first, you might have many more that were in support of what's going on now. But now having to deal with the hostility and the aggression and the disrespect that many of us are facing simply as we try to understand. Because without understanding, I can't say yes. You know, and I think as I respect many of the individuals that are carrying on these actions and doing the shunning and being disrespectful, I have cared for, supported as youth, you know, respected, and many I have even loved. And so to have this turn around is just so horrid. You know, after over 70 years having to do all these different battles, to now face one again that has no business being a battle. It does not. If we're going to be supportive of each other, how do we do that when we're faced with aggression? It's impossible. Once again, we will go into the background and not be heard, and that's unfortunate. And, you know, those that will, you know, not make eye contact with me now or whatever, for whatever reasons, I have done nothing that actually warrants that behavior. Other than, you know, if for some reason having asked a question, that puts me on the wrong side. And personally, that's unfortunate. And I appreciate that those speaking in favor of this had bodies standing all around them. And you will notice not a single person stands with me. I thought that comment might make a change because I'm simply asking some questions and putting forward, even from my own community, some of the concerns that the Métis are now facing. And if we don't stand together as we face those concerns, we're losing. We are going back, and you know, colonialism is taking over again. And I personally will stand up against that every single time. So I will ask questions, and I will hope that others will as well, because it is so important that we understand this. My first friend who was identified in elementary as a male, but that was not where his heart was. So, 60 years ago, there I was with my first friend that would be standing here doing this same fight. So it's not new to me that those people, individuals identify differently. Sure, you can call me a half-breed, a Métis, a woman, or just somebody lived on the wrong side of the tracks. But no matter what, I'm still standing here, and I'm trying to voice a lot of this on behalf of my community that also had questions, but then shied away from speaking them because of the hostility they were sensing that was growing around this. So I'm very hopeful, whatever the vote goes today, that we do come together, because as long as this hostility exists, we don't stand a chance going forward. We won't win those battles that are all of ours to fight. So thank you for hearing me, and I am definitely a woman.
Our next speaker is online, and just before I get to Tracy Franklin online, there are 4 people that I see that are standing that came up after I said we were going to stop the line, or 3 people. But I think if it's up to the Assembly to let them speak, and we've got another speaker at the back as well. Thank you. So it's up to the Assembly if we wish to, because we still have a lot of business as well for today and tomorrow. Sorry. Yeah, so what I think we can do, we'll have Tracy Franklin next online. Tracy's been on that list for quite a while. And then those speakers that have come up since I cut it off, we'll keep it a very strict 2 minutes, and I will time it. And if you can keep it shorter than that, that would be much appreciated. Tracy Franklin.
Hello, thank you. I am coming to you from the South Okanagan-Similkameen Métis Association. I am the Two-Spirit LGBTQIA rep for SOSMA. As soon as I got contacted with SOSMA years ago, I started sitting on the board, and I have been very involved in my Métis community. I've also experienced a lot of discrimination in the Métis community for being Two-Spirit. I have been made feel very unwelcome in some Métis gatherings that I was invited to initially. They were places that once there was more discussion, it was deemed that they were not a safe place for a Two-Spirit person to be. I had the incredible experience of going to the Two-Spirit gathering in Osoyoos, and it was so powerful to feel included by my people in a safe space. And I really encourage everyone to vote yes on this resolution, because as Métis people have always been shunned, and now people are shunning our own people, our Two-Spirit Métis people in our own communities. And it's unacceptable, in my opinion, to do that. We need to feel safe within our community. And I just want to thank Angel and everyone who's been working so hard on this resolution. And I hope that everyone votes yes today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate it. 1 minute, 58 seconds. Perfect. Walter.
Walter Minnow. Today is one of the reasons why it makes me so proud to be Métis.
Moments like this, the creation of historical moments within our nation has happened time and time again under the banner of MNBC. MNBC was the first government, Métis government across Canada to bring a youth representative onto our provincial board. MNBC were the first provincial government, Métis government, to bring a woman's rep on our provincial board. I am proud to say that I will vote in favor of this resolution. We've all went through many tragedies in our life. As a Métis male, we endured hatred, racism. As a Métis female, you times that by 10. As a Métis two-spirited person, you times that again by 10. That hatred, that racism. We're getting away from that now. You look at this room and you look at the conversations that have happened today. They're amazing. They're historic. When we say we want to bring our people home, we want to bring all our people home. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker to my right.
My name is Garth Karen. I'm from the Vernon District Métis Association. It's odd that I'm standing here today because all of my Two-Spirit friends over in that corner of the room had done an eloquent job. I couldn't express myself more. And it's amusing that I'm the last speaker, a Karen, the farmhouse in Batoche. It all comes together. And my family here have made this a great day for me. I sat in the back and I was weeping. And all I want to say is, I put 74 years of my life into fighting. I've gone through the LGBTQ purge with the federal government as an employee. And I ask that all of you support this resolution so we never see it as number one again. Thank you.
Leader McDonnell.
Is it on? Okay. Betty Ann McDonnell, and I'm sure you're all tired of hearing my voice, but I wanted to share that when we walk in this room, I believe and I feel that our ancestors, our grandmothers, our grandfathers, our kokums, our mushums come in with us. And I think they're here strongly saying exactly what Topher and many others said. In the past, we've honored our Two-Spirit. So why that's even a question now, I'm not sure. My daughter had 3 strikes against her. She was female, she was Indigenous, and she was Two-Spirited. I'm here honoring her memory, saying, please, please, hear the voices of the people who need this so desperately. Mercy. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please, at the back.
Hi, Anya McVeigh. Is this working? Okay, Anya McVeigh, Two Rivers Métis. I am 2S myself. I also identify as female. I'd like to address the matter that Ms. Bremner brought up of not understanding and feeling that you are being worked against and harmed because you don't understand. So many people don't understand us. I understand that so many times I'm going to use this word. It's clear to me that the very long initialism that we use, the 2S LGBTQIA+, it's a lot, it's a mouthful, and it's confusing to a lot of people. What I would say is asking us to explain it all to you puts a very heavy, very emotional burden on us. Google is free. Please, if you want to understand, take the time to speak to someone who is viewed as an ally, or take your own time to find out online about what things mean, and then come to us with a more open heart and a more open mind and say, is this correct, what I'm learning? And then we can go from there. But asking us to go from a jumping off point can lead to very tough feelings. And that's not good for either of us. So I am hoping that even if you don't have a clear understanding of what all of this means, that you can still consider with an open heart and an open mind that we've been here for forever and we deserve the representation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will turn to the last speaker. We had two online, but one had previously spoken, so I'm going to just go with the one who has not yet spoken, and we'll finish with Dave Allard.
Yeah, hi, good morning. I support this 27,000%. I'd like to, for all of us to look inwards. We're all here, we're all being recorded, we're amongst our peers. And that's not the same as when the cameras are off and we're sharing our thoughts in private amongst like-minded folk. I'd like us to consider that once this passes, and I firmly believe it will, that we try to continue upholding these ideals that we're talking about here. And we keep conducting ourselves in a way that will keep respecting what we're talking about here. To address President Bremner's mentions of hostility and aggression, I believe that applies to not only the possibility of this happening now with this resolution and previously at the MNGA in the past with this resolution as well, but that can and does happen across all categories. I think it's unfortunate. I think we have to see the difference between being uncomfortable and at unease versus direct attacks and hostility. I suggest any cases that involve bullying, harassment, etc., should be taken extremely seriously, and it should be addressed, and I'll support anyone who needs assistance with that. These disputes do happen, but they need to be addressed. They can't just be mentioned. Names have to be submitted, and claims have to start. We have to find ways for this to not continue. The Senate may be one possibility. I know there's a case now that deals with disputes, community disputes, so that may be a possibility, but we have to watch out. In any case, it has to be taken very seriously. On a final note, though, I would like to show my respect and admiration for the courage demonstrated by Little Bear, by Wolf, and so many other people. And in respect of that courage, I'd like the chair to make a pronouncement on section 310 of our bylaws as to how the voting will happen on this. And I'd like us to respect the MPCBC bylaws in that regards. I support this 100%. Let's try to act better. Those who unfriend people because of political differences, it's time to start friending people again and look people in the eye. We're in this together.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Elliott.
very much.
Thank you. We will get to the vote in just a second. Lauren Peterson, who had put on it was second up, she said she'll promise to stay to 10 seconds. We'll keep her to that, and then we'll go, Mr. Beaker will go through the vote, because it is important given the types of legislation that's affected the effect of various votes and the required amount. So Lauren, go ahead, 10 seconds.
I just want to remind everybody here that when it comes to learning, again, jumping off what Anya has said, the labor that goes into it and the expectation that it's on us, I want to remind you, everyone in this room, that we have a responsibility to love our kin and that we all have a responsibility to educate ourselves. We have an amazing team in our Ministry of Women and Gender Equity that have gone out of their way, and there is a distinct section on our website that has resources that are Métis specific that talks about what these things mean. And I want you guys to go and do that learning and to celebrate it, because knowledge is a gift, knowledge is power. We all have a responsibility to do that. And being able to grow and having that opportunity to do so together as family, to create safer spaces, is a privilege.
Thank you,
and a
Lauren.
joy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Beaker. I want to make sure everyone's aware of the effect of what each vote is and the requirements for this to pass. And so I will turn it over to Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. So I'm going to start off by addressing a question that Mr. Allard had, where he referenced bylaw 3.10 of the MPCBC bylaws. That bylaw reads that voting at a general meeting shall be by voting cards or in the absence of such a show of hands, unless a secret ballot vote is requested by a majority of the members in attendance. With the voting cards and, with your voting devices and voting online, we know the outcome of the vote, yes, no, or abstain, but we're not able to attach it to a specific person. So in a way, we're voting by secret ballot every time we use the clickers and online. So I would say that, in my opinion, that that bylaw is being satisfied, and it seems to be working quite well. So because this resolution is going to change the Constitution, we require 3/4 of votes cast in favor to change. Because we recently changed the Constitution to say that it was 3/4 or 75% of votes cast, if you abstain, it doesn't have the effect of a no, it doesn't have the effect of the yes, it's as if you weren't here. So we're going to be looking at the total number of votes cast, and we're going to be looking to see if we have the 3/4. So do we have the voting ready to go? Okay, if we could display that on the screen, please. So for resolution 1, if you are in favor, click A. If you are opposed, B. And if you're abstaining, C. And we're going to be pushing out the poll on Zoom as well with the same 3 options. Voting's open. Give her, Richard. Five seconds. 4, 3, 2. Okay, if your device is not working, could you please go to the voting, or, you know, have a replacement device brought to you? We are in the middle of the vote. It worked. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to close voting right now. Thank you.
And just so everyone know, what we'll do is we will take our health break. We're about a little bit behind for that. That's fine. We'll do, it's scheduled for 15 minutes. I think we're probably gonna need about 5 minutes more, I think, after by that time. So I'm gonna suggest once we break, we'll break for 20 minutes and come back, and please be ready to go with the rest of the business. Once we have the results here, I'll turn it to Mr. Beaker to report those.
Okay, we have the results. We had 170 votes cast, so we require... So that means with 141 votes in favor, 24 opposed, and 5 abstentions, we can declare resolution number 1 passed.
So if everyone could please be back at 11:45. One more shout in the hall, please. Susie. Okay, if we can have everyone who's in the room to please take your seats, and we'll close the doors. We do have quorum, and we're just about to begin. I'm just going to turn it to Director Hooper just for a brief announcement, and then we'll be getting started. Go ahead, Susie.
Oh, it's on. So not everybody's in the room right now, but and I hope you pass this message on. I would like to say, as Region 6 Director, we have had a Region 6 citizen, a board member for Terrace, Northwest BC, have a successful kidney transplant yesterday. And I would like those who wish, all of us, and please pass it on for those empty seats that are here, that I will have a card just stating that we love you, Sheila. And I'll also have an envelope there as well for anybody that may like to contribute to her healing journey and help her get home faster. And I have the support of our future doctor here, Jaden Rogers. So it'll be at the front table there with Kendra, who is our Region 6 navigator. So Kendra at the front there will have this envelope and card, and we will get it to Sheila. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that's wonderful news about the successful transplant. We're going to start. I have counted. We have quorum, certainly within the body here and online. We will be moving to Resolution 2. Just for timing purposes, and if you're looking at the agenda, according to the agenda, the lunch break starts at 11:45 Pacific, 1 o'clock Mountain, so anyone in the Mountain gets 15 minutes of extra meeting, I guess. But what we'll do is we'll go right to 12, have a stop there, and then come back at 1. So we'll get as far as we can until 12 o'clock. One other thing with regards to, obviously, that last resolution, the nature and the expected conversation, the 2 minutes wasn't always something that was going to be able to hold to, and I'm glad we were able to be accommodating for, particularly with the upcoming resolutions. I'm going to hold to 2 minutes. When we hit 2 minutes, I'm going to visually just kind of wave as an indication, and we just make sure let's get it wrapped up so we have enough time for everyone who wishes to speak and to get to all the business that we have today and tomorrow. So we will then move to Resolution 2. I will turn it to our clerk to read that out.
Okay, Resolution number 2. The subject is MNBC citizenship for Métis with connections to BC living out of province. This will affect the Citizenship Act. This was submitted via the MNGA by the Cowichan Valley Métis Association on December 2nd, 2023, and it will require a majority vote to approve. Whereas all Métis are entitled to be connected to their Métis heritage and have their Métis identity validated, all BC Métis are entitled to stay apprised of events and information available through Métis Nation British Columbia. It is in the interest of the Métis Nation British Columbia to have as many citizens with ties to British Columbia as possible represented by MNBC. All Métis persons should have the right to be connected to their Métis community and/or their Métis immediate or extended family members. And not all provinces have representative Métis bodies recognized by the Métis National Council in which MNBC is a member. Be it resolved that the Citizenship Act be amended as follows. Strike Articles 3.1.1 and 3.1.2 and insert the following in their place. 3.1.1, the applicant normally resides within the charter community area and the jurisdiction of MNBC, or the applicant submits an application for citizenship as described in Article 3.1 and meets the citizenship criteria set out in Section 61 of the Constitution and resides outside of the historic Métis homeland, is endorsed by an MNBC Métis charter community, and can demonstrate an immediate family tie to a Métis citizen in British Columbia, is eligible to apply for MNBC citizenship if 3.1.3, the applicant expressly holds themselves out to be Métis in the charter community and/or within the jurisdiction of the MNBC. In Article 3.2, strike the words Articles 3.1, 3.1.1, and 3.1.2, and insert Articles 3.1.1 or 3.1.2 and 3.1.3 in their place so that the article will read as follows. Once the Citizenship Authority is satisfied that the applicant has met the conditions in Articles 3.1, 3.1.1, or 3.1.2, and 3.1.3, the Citizenship Authority may issue the applicant notification of charter community acceptance not exceeding 90 days, and then issue a Métis Nation British Columbia citizenship card.
Thank you very much, and I'll look for a mover and a seconder, and I'll recognize the speaker to my right.
Cowichan Valley Métis, elected leader. I so move.
Thank you very much, and a seconder.
Wendy Schneider, I second.
Thank you very much. I'll invite Leader Lewis to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the way the Citizen Act currently stands, there is no provisions for when veterans and RCMP members retire that they are allowed to keep their citizenship, NBC citizenship, if they decide to stay in a different province that isn't recognized under the MNC. I got it right. And so this will allow those members, and also it'll allow for family members of people who were born in BC or have family members and ties to BC to be able to become members of NNBC. And we will be able to bring our people back home and make them feel like family again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Schneider?
Wendy Schneider, Region 4. I'm going to support this because I met the other half of the Bobbsey twins, and he's an amazing person. And my sister lives in Alberta, and she was born in Nelson, so I totally support this.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Norca.
Good morning, Alex Narquay, Caribou Chilcotin Métis Association Vice President. I want to speak to number 2 and also number 3, which kind of tie in. I'm hoping someone can correct me on that, but I have a little bit of a concern about this. The basic concept I understand. I'm worried about there's going to be some potential hazards here if someone living in another province granted full rights as a MNBC citizen, potentially voting. You guys can correct me on that if that's there. But living in another province, do they get to access monies for education from BC if they're living in Ontario or Manitoba? Or how do we ever track that they become a citizen over there and are taking advantage of the same voting and monetary issues? So this one kind of concerns me because 3, which I hope can be corrected when we get to, but I kind of get the feeling here someone's trying with this one that you can't have any citizenship with another province or whatever. So hopefully we can correct that before this one's also voted on, because they kind of tie to each other quite closely. So hopefully we have a good discussion on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'll, Mr. Beaker, perhaps to respond to some of those comments.
So, and thank you for the questions. They're great concerns. Regarding voting rights in an MNBC provincial election, I'd like to direct people to page 143, which has a definition in our Electoral Act that says ordinarily resident. So to be eligible to vote in an MNBC provincial election, you need to be an ordinarily resident in British Columbia, and that means a Métis citizen who actually lives and has lived continuously in British Columbia for at least 12 full months prior to the date of the election. So somebody who is granted MNBC citizenship and lives outside of province under this resolution, they would have to move back to British Columbia and reside in British Columbia for 12 months before they would be allowed to vote in a provincial election. That is an answer for one of your questions. The question about funding, I don't have that answer at my fingertips, but that is in our legislation around the election. So I hope that helps.
It does, but it should probably be in resolution. I think it needs to be very clear that
Thank you very much. Next speaker to my left here.
Vince Van Oringen, Northeast Métis Association Vice President. A couple concerns. Our community would like to vote against this for a couple different reasons and a couple different questions. One of the reasons is that within it, as mentioned by our previous speaker, it doesn't really clarify, like if I live in Alberta, can I apply for my citizenship? Even if with my family lives in the Lower Mainland, if they have their MNA. Mr. Beaker just spoke to the rules of voting as a part of the election this year. I know for a fact that people were voting from outside of our province, and I guess that's on the registry to keep track of who moves, who goes to university, who's in Grand Prairie, who's in Edmonton going to college. So I guess with better understanding on how that's managed and how those individuals, because I understand they need to inform MNBC themselves that they moved or that they've changed their address upon citizenship renewal, but every 5 years people tend to go to university or college or move outside of the province. So how would MNBC regulate knowing who can vote and who can't vote is one of the questions. The community doesn't agree, or does agree, that obviously each citizen needs to be connected to their kin, to their communities, to their societies, and to their family, but they feel that if you don't live in BC, you shouldn't hold an MNBC card. So thank you.
Thank you, and I can perhaps, for part of what your concerns, I'm taking you back to what Mr. Beaker showed at 143, where the ordinarily resident definition within the Electoral Act, you know, as it said, for 12 full months, but in making that decision, temporary absences from British Columbia for reasons such as travel, education, and so one of those ones, and I think when the discussion of my recollection when the Electoral Act is, what about those students who are leaving the province for education and then coming back? Does that mean that they're either while they're at school or let's say the election happens immediately after they've returned and I haven't been here for the 12 months straight, that kind of was taken into account. So I could see, and I'm not speaking for how but I would understand that would be a situation possibly where someone living, let's say in Alberta, going to U of A in Edmonton, who's an MNBC citizen regularly residing here, and but for attending school there would be living in BC, that would come within that ordinarily resident of BC. It might change though if that person completes their schooling and then stays.
And then resides, yeah. Exactly, and that's kind of the concern is, I mean, it makes sense, this ordinarily resident, when they do come back, many are in school, do a 4-year bachelor's and come back, but how do we manage that is really from what like our questions.
Yes, and I think part of, and this is just my reading, and I'm not sure the intention, but part of it is to get your citizenship if you're outside of the province. One of the proposals here is that you have to be endorsed by by your community, your home community here. As I see that, and take that for what it is, but so it's not. It wouldn't be the standalone citizen's call, perhaps, if I can put it that way, to be able to apply. There has to be that community connection within the community.
And thank you. That brings the last point actually I missed, is the endorsed by community, local community, chartered community, but yet if the community doesn't endorse that individual, they still get their citizenship within 90 days. So maybe that clause should just be...
I'll turn to Mr. Beaver. I don't know if that would necessarily be the case, because it's not a question of acceptance. It's it's endorsement. So it's like, we're okay with you being there. That's how I'm kind of seeing this, compared to the acceptance, where if the acceptance doesn't come within the 90 days, then the authority does that.
Perfect. Maybe some clarity, Mr. Beaver, would be great.
So,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I have Mr. Diego.
Louis DeJager, Chilliwack Métis Association. I'd like to speak in favor of this. One, I come from a military family who served in Afghanistan and Bosnia. Totally makes sense. But the other one is on an economic point of view, because I have a Two-Spirit cousin who is doing really well as an author in California, and she's there because of work. So she's connected to her community in Mackenzie, but she can't even register on our business directory. So we're actually, MNBC's losing out, because we don't want to have this drain of our talent and our economic development. We want opportunities, and more opportunities for our businesses when they do have to go out of province or out of country. We want to strengthen that, and I think this resolution would do that and welcome them home and give them the supports that they need, not only to be successful where they're at or where they're doing business, but also successful at home.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Barb Hume, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. I'm also a veteran, as you can tell, and it's only on behalf of members of the military that I'm speaking. And with our roles, many of us are Métis, and within that, we run into an issue where we have to go out of province, we have to go out of country, and we also are individuals who have children and other family members. And I'm wondering if this resolution needs to be reevaluated, because I think there are nuances of this particular resolution that haven't necessarily been addressed. And I can look at the fact that when you look at an adult citizenship form, that's you're over the age of 40, but your mom or your dad could be in one particular location and the rest of the family is in another location. And you run into all sorts of problems where all of a sudden the child who is wanting to go to post-secondary is no longer able to apply for opportunities that STEPS might have to offer or other institutions might have to offer. And we're definitely putting that particular part of our community at a disadvantage because we haven't looked at the finite experiences and circumstances of what our Métis military community has to go through. And we talk about family and connections, and they are being missed out as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I next have Bruce Dumont.
Bruce Dumont, Cowichan Valley Métis. Just maybe a change, or it's not really an amendment. 3.12, third article, can demonstrate an immediate family tie to a Métis citizen in British Columbia is eligible to apply for MNB citizenship. The if should be changed to when, I think. Thank you.
I'm easy on either, but I'll take the suggestion from Mr. Dumont. If we want to have it to say when, I'm happy with that myself. There isn't.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi there. Candace Thorne from Mikisew Métis Association. I'm just going to turn around to address the room. I actually didn't know that this was going to come up or that I was even going to speak about this topic because of the voices that were heard this morning and the power that that brought to the message and for understanding. I feel like I need to bring this message and put a face to this. I'm a military family. So my husband's been in the military for 35 years. So our kids are 12, 14, and 16. My kids have moved 7 provinces. 2 of my children were born in BC. Every time we move, we start over. We start over in healthcare, in education. We start over. We're at the bottom of the list for daycares, for getting a doctor. We've been in postings for 2 years, for 1 year. We just came from Saskatchewan. When we came back to BC, because we've been to BC 3 times now. So they have their citizenship because it's from BC. We came back last year and we had just gotten our citizenship in Saskatchewan. So every time our family moves, my children are disadvantaged because we don't have the citizenship card maybe in that province. But there's military bases all across this country and in other countries for families that move to, say, Greenwood or Halifax. There is no Métis Nation out there. They don't have access. They don't have the family, the connection, the supports. They don't have the opportunities. So this is very important because things like accessing money for the STEPS program, post-secondary education, you need to have citizenship. When you have military families that are coming in, they can't wait a year if they want to apply for things. For different health benefits, that card is important. Schooling, all these other opportunities, that card is important. So just like one of the comments mentioned earlier, those are details that can get worked out, but it's important that we understand there's very diversity of people. Say your children get accepted to university in Ontario, but your family is still here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We're at the 2 minutes. Thank you for those words. Susie Hooper.
Susie Hooper, Tri-River Métis member. I am in support of this resolution, and I do it as we are nomadic people. I speak for my son who lives on the Yukon. There's no Métis community in the Yukon. There's a lot of Métis in the Yukon, but no Métis community as of yet. So he would be able to bring, we would be able to bring him home. His genealogy, he's born in Smither. He is a Tri-River accepted member at this time, or will be, and has been in the past. I would just like to point out on 3.1.2, bullet point 3. Bullet point 3, where it says, is endorsed by MNBC, oh sorry, wrong one, can demonstrate an immediate family tie to an MNBC Métis citizen. If we could add MNBC Métis citizen at that point. I don't know if that's an amendment or a friendly amendment or. But I speak in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to double check because the term Métis citizen might be defined in the legislation, so it might already because of its defined, mean a MNBC Métis citizen. But we're just going to take a quick look. Citizenship Act. Go ahead, Mr. Speaker.
So, so because this is amending the Citizenship Act, page 133, definition 2.21, Métis or citizen means a Métis citizen as defined by the Constitution. And because this is a piece of MNBC legislation, the Constitution being referred to is the MNBC Constitution. And I believe that is one of these days I'll have our Constitution memorized. I believe it's Article 61 of the Constitution that lays out the requirements for citizenship.
So the definition would be referentially incorporated through that process. Next speaker I have here to my right.
Tanche, Shelley McGregor, Métis Nation, Columbia River Society. I was just wondering if we could add a bullet point to 3.1.2, and then also have resides in a province without a provincial Métis governing body. Pardon? Okay. Adding a bullet point to 3.1.2, resides in a province without a provincial Métis governing body.
I'd have that as a second bullet point in the list of now 4. So right after historic Métis homeland, we'll add that bullet point for the second one. I think it makes sense to put it there. But let's make sure that we get the language correct once Nicole types it up. We have without a provincial duplicated there. And then let's take that bullet point and put it above endorsed by an MNBC Métis Charter Community. Or sorry, that's yeah. So move that one to the as a second bullet point. There we go. And then let's also take that, what would be the now third bullet point, and take the MNBC off, because I think Susie's proposal was answered that that might be redundant, so that should read as the original resolution endorsed by a Métis Charter Community. Third bullet point is endorsed by it should read Métis Charter Community. So the MNBC, I think, was redundant after we gave that. There we go. Okay. So I guess we're looking for a second now.
Do we have a seconder for the proposed amendment? I see a hand. I'm going to recognize, so Deb Fisher, second for the proposed amendment.
Can I add a word to the amendment? Am I allowed to do that? Like there's no...
You need to be recognized by the chair, but you can.
Because while you're doing it, I didn't want you to do it twice. Without no provincial, because we want international to be included in there as well. Why wouldn't you?
Resides in a province.
Wouldn't you get a province too?
So provincial, without a Métis governing body. So to include an international. Like if you're living in California, right? What's the difference if you live in Nova Scotia or California? I'm just saying if we're going to do this work, then let's include that. Or area, or whatever word you want to use. I'm not stuck on any words. Just a point, sorry, point of order.
Want to say maybe resides in a province or country?
So I see that a lot of people are trying to get the attention of people. Let's remind people that please be recognized by the chair when you want to give your suggestions, number one. The second point is that, Mr. Giager, those are great points, but that's also opening up citizenship to people who live outside of Canada. But perhaps we do want to say that you have to live in Canada at least, right? It's a discussion to have, right? So.
Well, could we do a friendly change to change just province to area?
And I think, and that's what I'm going to ask the original mover, because I think it's based on the intention, right? By adding the word resides in a province, it would mean only someone who's obviously in Canada. It might not even include a territory now, for example, in the Yukon. And I don't anticipate that was the intention to limit it to the 10 provinces only, and maybe. But if, and I'll certainly open it if it was something in an area resides somewhere without a provincial, where there's no provincial Métis governing body. Is that, does that still capture you the intention you had, or?
We could put resides in a location or area without a national Métis governing body. Because well, MNBC is a national governing body for all of their citizens.
Yeah, I think, and I think the intention, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, and this is one of the questions I was kind of whispering over to Mr. Beaker. My understanding would be, so for example, if it's anywhere where there's a governing member from MNC, Métis National Council, so that, if you, for example, if you lived in Alberta, you would be expected to go through MNA because they're part of that umbrella MNC.
I was just going so that if the province isn't represented by MNC, like Saskatchewan now or Manitoba, we're still not stepping on their toes.
Yeah, or Nova Scotia, et cetera. Mr. Beaker?
So my suggestion would be that why don't we have the amendment read, resides in a location without a provincial Métis governing body. I think that captures it. The governing assembly, or sorry, the governing members of MNC were all provincial Métis governing bodies, and I think that's the intention that reflects.
Yes.
Okay, let's see for a second.
And where's Deborah Fisher? As second? I think you're second. Any seconder to just for that change? Thank you, Mr. DeBoer. Thank you very much. So we have the proposed amendment on the floor. There were some names that I have that were on the original list, including someone online. I will invite Richard MacArthur to speak to it. Nope. Thank you. He's put his hands down. I don't recall who was up first. I think it was President Minot.
I'm just wondering how this amendment will help our veterans, our people in the Army that are moving, like the young lady was mentioning, her families in the Army. They move consistently, and they move to Saskatchewan. Are we still going to honor their Métis citizenship here in BC still if they come back? You know, because it seems to defeat that purpose of protecting our people in the Army, you know, because there is governing bodies right through the 5 provinces. And if one of our people in the Army moved to Manitoba and they're there for 2 years, their kids, they come back to BC, do they have to re-register as a BC citizen? Do they have to go through all that procedure once again, like the lady said? You know, the process takes quite a while. So how would that reflect on them when I think the main objective is this, to make sure that our people in the military are covered, and we are making sure that they're part of our structure, and we're able to help them and help their children to grow and to move forward. So I don't know how we can change this where it's including them and not discluding them.
So I think a quick piece of context is that when we're talking about this resolution as a whole, we're talking about new applicants. We're not talking about people who already have their MNBC cards.
Yeah, they don't have their MNBC card. They got their Saskatchewan, but been living in BC now for over a year. Mm-hmm. And now their children right now cannot obtain education, schooling through MNBC. Some of the programs that we have are strictly MNBC citizens. So how would that reflect on them?
So currently they're not citizens. They would have to apply for citizenship. As I understand the scenario that you've given, and this resolution would allow somebody who has ties to British Columbia but is not residing in British Columbia right now, they would be able to apply for MNBC citizenship without actually living in British Columbia to start the application. That's my understanding of the intent of this resolution.
Okay, because right now, if you reside in BC with an MNBC citizenship card, you can apply for training or anything outside the province, and it will be we will be able to support that. But as long as you are you come back to BC within, I think it's a month or so after your program is done, to obtain and keep your citizenship here in BC, because some of them go on for 3-4 years in some of these programs, some of these college programs, university programs. So I think we covered that basis already. Yeah. So I'm just worried about our people that are in the military and how it will affect them, if they have to apply in every province or not.
Yeah, thank you. We're at 2 minutes. Speaker to my left.
Hi. Yeah, I'm Jaden. I'm the Region 6 youth representative. I'm a little bit confused, and maybe some other citizens are as well. Like, from my understanding of this resolution, like, I don't know, let's just play a mental game for a second. So let's say, like, I decide to, like, move to Australia and get, like, a dual citizenship. And so I keep, like, my permanent residence, like, I don't know, somewhere in Canada or something. Like, how does that work? Like, can I be living in Australia and then be a Métis citizen, like MNBC, and be like funneling STEPS dollars while I'm living in Australia? I don't know if I'm like way left field or something. I'm just looking for like a point of clarification, because that like maybe concerns me.
So apparently no. I was looking for a subject matter expert for that, but no, I believe that the policies of the STEPS program would not allow that. And actually, if there is somebody from our Ministry of STEPS on the staff side that can maybe clarify any, there she is. I knew that our executive director was here. If you could just briefly tell us what the criteria is to qualify for STEPS funding. Thanks.
Yes, for sure. So there's just 3 main parts. You have to be 15 years or older, a BC resident, and a citizen of MNBC. There is a specific thing, and I can bring it up if it's helpful or send it over there, that speaks to you can keep your BC residency while you're studying outside of BC. So we do have a number of students studying in different provinces, attending institutions online and all of that. So there's a specific wording there where you do have to return to BC within 1 month of completing your studies, but you do get to keep your BC residency while you're attending full-time studies.
So we take that the example you gave, someone who's gone and living down there and residing, and that's their home, then they would not be eligible for that. But with this, if this passed, would still be eligible for citizenship.
Okay. I just have one other quick question. Would Alberta or Saskatchewan, like their Métis governments, would they like see this as like a potentially like aggressive move? Because if somebody was like residing there, Like, I understand that we're putting this, like, provincial amendment, but I don't know, like, it just seems like a numbers thing, like, to me, more than like a, oh, like, we want to bring you in. I don't know. It just, I feel like it's kind of weird.
Well, the way this would work is, so for example, if you're residing in Nova Scotia, where there is no provincial Métis governing body, this would allow you to have some representation and whatnot.
Okay.
If you resided in somewhere, for example, Manitoba, that has stepped away from MNC and the governing structure that MNBC is a part of, then this would allow someone to be represented and come under the umbrella of MNBC as a citizen and that larger MNC, I guess, umbrella. But now, if that was Manitoba or Saskatchewan as of very recently, this would allow someone, if they chose, to still stay within MNBC and under the governing body that MNBC is a part of.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I next have President Lewis, or Leader Lewis.
Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis. In the whereas, it mentions, and just a point, in whereas, it does say that in a province where they are not a member of MNC. And so that might need to be added below in the amendment there. But Nova Scotia, and I'm going to use that as an example, does have a Métis community, and it's called, I believe, Nova Eastern or something like that. But it's not recognized or a member of MNC. So the intent of this is for those provinces that we do have Métis people from BC to be able to come back to BC and be a member of the MNBC. Thank you.
Oh, don't let him jump the queue. I've got him farther down. I know he came over there as a shorter lineup, but it doesn't work like that. Mr. Van Bergen, if you wish to go, otherwise I have speakers on my right here, ahead of Mr. Harriet.
All right, thank you. Vince Van Bergen, Northeast Métis Association. So as the previous speaker had mentioned, you know, a concern is that Métis Nation British Columbia represents British Columbians. If you live in British Columbia, you can apply for your British Columbia Métis card. If you leave the province of British Columbia, you get to keep your Métis card. If you're going for school, if you're going for military, if you're going anywhere across Canada or into international waters for a period of time, you get to keep your BC card. But saying that my or that my cousin who lives in Toronto, because he's my cousin, can apply for a BC card doesn't make sense. Or my family in Nova Scotia, how are we representing those people by adding them to our numbers in British Columbia? As stated, it feels like a number game to our community because that's all it really is. We can't represent somebody living in another province. All it does is add numbers and put us from 27,000 to 40,000 quicker. If the individual is from BC, and they've moved away and live in Nova Scotia, then they shouldn't be able to get a BC card. If the individual lives in Nova Scotia and is planning to move to BC, then they should apply when they get to BC, right? So I don't understand, and the community, I personally don't, but our community doesn't understand why we would allow people in other provinces to apply for British Columbia citizenship if they don't live here. And it's great to know that the STEPS program doesn't allow it. And the story, the person who spoke about her military services and moving around, when she gets her MNBC card, she will be forever MNBC wherever she goes. I understand moving from province to province and having to do it. Well, when you pick a province and that's your home, you've got that card for life, right? According to the Constitution and according to our acts. So opening it up feels like a number game. It doesn't make sense. The intent is beautiful and it's there. But I think it needs to be rewritten, and I think this resolution needs to not go forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker to my right.
Tom Adams, I'm president of the Mikisew Métis and also a veteran. I'm in support of this resolution, and the reason I think we need to go ahead with it. It's because it's going to keep people honest. Right now, people can leave the province, keep their card, and nobody's going to know the difference. I've just got my my community citizenship report from the Ministry of Citizenship, and I have 5, 6 people that don't even live in this province that are on my list. So how are we going to stop people from doing that if we're not going to give them an alternative to do that, especially military people? They're just going to keep their card for each province, and then when they go back, just renew.
Thank you very much. The next speaker I had is actually Vice President Allard.
Hi, thank you. I'm just curious, on the citizenship application, can't we just have a box for military to tick there, or RCMP, and if they do have to go back out, then it's easier when they come back? I mean, they do have cards that have no expiry dates as well. Just a thought.
Just quickly, as I understand the Citizenship Act, we could do that, but the Citizenship Act requires somebody to be resident in British Columbia when they apply. If they're outside of British Columbia and they're doing their application for the first time, military or not, the legislation says that you need to be resident in British Columbia. This is allowing for people who still have a connection to British Columbia to be able to apply for new citizenship without that resident requirement. Everyone else who doesn't have that direct link would have to live in British Columbia.
Mr. Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. So earlier today we talked about bringing our people home, and that's really the intent of this. It's about connection to community, connection to family, no matter where someone is. And there's been some talk about what other people are doing, and I can say that other Métis governments in their self-government agreements, this is the language that they are also proposing, is to keep people connected to their family ties, to their communities, no matter where they are. So this isn't a unique idea to what MNBC is trying to do. When it comes to military families, you know, if there's a MNBC military citizen who's somewhere else, how are they able to get their children, if they're living elsewhere, connected to MNBC as well? It makes the intent of this more difficult, which is to keep those military families as part of their community, as part of their kinship here in British Columbia. So I'm actually voting against this amendment because I think it doesn't add to the spirit of what this is trying to do, and that is to keep people together and connected. And it's so important for people to be able to say, yes, I'm Métis, in this era of unfortunately, identity theft and all the rest of it. So no matter where people are, they should have the right to connect to their families, to their communities, and have a citizenship card.
Thank you very much. I had the speaker behind Mr. Harriet. Please go ahead.
Hi, Adam Carey McKenna, Vancouver Métis Association. Yeah, I'd just like to echo Minister Harriet's thoughts. I'd like to vote against this motion. I totally do understand and feel for military families or any other families who are having to move out of province and their children aren't able to get citizenship. But to me, the language in this act just seems too vague and too unspecified for support for these type of families. And I think it opens the doors to be an international governing body when we are a provincial governing body. I think this act needs to go back and have some more specificity and lay out the argument a bit better. I also do have a problem with number 3 in the whereas section, where it says that it's in the best interest of MNBC to have as many citizens with ties to British Columbia as possible. And again, I do think that is echoing some of our past speakers. It sounds more like a numbers game rather than something to support our citizens with the unique challenge of having to move out of province and, you know, say their kids not be able to get citizenship because they don't have permanent residence here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. To my
If we could just revisit 3.1.2, the bullet point, if we could include resides in a location without a provincial or territorial Métis governing body, just to include the territories. Just to revisit 3.1.2, to add into the bullet point, resides in a location without a provincial or territory Métis governing body.
The only thing, in my understanding, and certainly this is just, I want, if the intention was to indicate someone with a location without a body governed by MNC, so like the MNC doesn't govern, for example, any of the territories. They don't come within the MNC, and so if you had the question here for, that was my understanding, so that we wouldn't, and I think the words I heard was like stepping on the toes of our of the other governing bodies. But if the way a provincial Métis governing body, Nova Scotia, as was pointed out, does have a group that says that they represent the Métis in Nova Scotia, but it's not recognized by the MNC, and so it depends on what the intention is, and if the intention is a group that's within the homeland, that's representing Métis from the homeland, which MNC claims to be the umbrella group for, then this would, if you change that, it would capture, or that intention would mean those in Nova Scotia, where there is a provincial Métis governing body, but one that's not recognized by MNC, that this would then preclude them from applying, because we'd say you have to apply for that body. Again, I don't know what the intention is. If you're wishing to say if there's a provincial or Métis governing body in the location, or territorial governing body, then so be it. But that was my reading, and part of what I think Mr. Lewis said in the whereas, where it's trying to, again, not step on the toes of the partners that MNBC has.
Right.
So, but certainly if that's the will of the Assembly, then we'll, by all means, we'll do that. So I think it's what's the intention, or what we're trying to capture there.
At the moment, my intention is not to step on the toes of even MNS, who has removed themselves from MNC right now.
Oh, sorry, the microphone's pointing up, and people aren't able to hear.
Okay. Yeah. At the moment, I wouldn't want to step on the toes of MNS, who has removed themselves from MNC, as well as MMF, because they are provincial governing bodies for the Métis citizens there. So I'm including all Métis governing bodies, whether provincial or territorial, whoever has a representative.
Okay. Then we can add that. So Nicole, if we could have a provincial or territorial meeting, and do we have a seconder for that change? And we'll just put that in a different color or something for now. Do we have a seconder for that? I'm seeing a hand, and just identify yourself for.
Madeline Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association.
Thank you. The next speaker I had on my list is Mr. Dumont.
Michael Dumont, North Island Métis. I really appreciate the spirit of this, the inclusion. My concern is BC has one of the best citizenship programs, and we can be proud of that. So what I'm seeing here is that possibly we need to do a little bit more work on this, and maybe, I know we're doing the work here right now, and that's the part of it. But I'm gonna have to vote, I can't vote in favor of this because it needs a bit more detail to it. But I really appreciate the spirit of it, and I hope that we can move forward with it eventually. I mean, I really respect the fact of our military, our CMP, and the movement they have to do and then reapply. That's difficult, but I think at this point hopefully we can work through this today, and currently though I have to speak against it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Mr. Bigger.
Yeah, hi, Gary Bigger. Used to be Nova. I don't know what I am now. I'm actually not even supposed to be doing this according to my heart doctor, but I have a lot of concerns with this, not only the amendment, but the whole resolution. My concern is, I understand one of the people said something about the Métis in the East Coast. Well, we have the Labrador Métis and the Métis of back east. Well, they've already been identified as part of the Indian group in the East Coast, and the Labrador Métis have already been identified from the federal government as Inuit. So the Labrador Métis have changed their name. So my concern is, we've been talking about rights all the time we've been here, Section 35 rights. And my concern is, when we're talking to the government, we're gonna have people coming out of province if we ever do get rights in this province. We don't have Section 35 rights here. Section 35 rights isn't getting money to go to school, isn't getting money for housing, isn't getting money, it's harvesting off the land. That's what we are. We're harvesters, always have been. That's what Section 35 rights are. You look at the little point above this piece here, it says, inside of the historical Métis homeland. You look at MNC's homeland map, the only part in British Columbia that's in that map is Kelly Lake. So that would exclude a whole bunch of us people if we're just going by the homeland map. It's a big issue. I've been fighting that map forever. So as this is written now, I can't, if we're going to go after our rights, I can't see this happening right now. It's need more work.
Thank you very much. I have those that are standing and in the back. I'm going to cut that off. So if anyone is going to stand up, I'm not going to recognize you afterwards, just to let you know so you're not standing waiting for a turn. We will have had approximately 30 speakers on this, and we'll get to a point where we need to vote. My next speaker was here to my right.
Hi there. Candace Thorne, Mikisew Métis Association. I just have a couple of statements to make. That largely, a lot of this discussion is misinformed, and this amendment goes against the intent that I believe was brought forward. And I just wanted to have a reply that you have made the case for people to get citizenship in the MMF. That's what you brought forward.
Thank you very much. Alex Ibbotson.
Alex Ibbotson, Métis Nation citizen, Métis Nation BC. I'm speaking in favor of this resolution, and I am a small business owner and also a recognized Métis and BC artist, and looking to do some additional academics, likely outside of BC, where I would love to represent the Métis Nation of BC and bring my lived experience as a Métis in BC to that work. But I'd love also to go somewhere where there's quite a bit of academic activity and knowledge within Métis governance, and that would be with our neighboring provinces. So that's actually the point before this amendment. I think we're getting a little bit blurred as to which amendment or which points we're speaking to here. So this is if someone doesn't already have their citizenship. But with this amendment that's been put forward, I'm curious if we might need a definition for Métis governing body. There is some ambiguity with provinces and nations as to what a governing body is. I did flip through some of our other governing documents to see if it was defined. I don't know if that can be clarified.
Thank you. With regards to the clarification, just looking in the Citizenship Act, which is which this applies, it's not a defined term. So, I have Barb Hume.
Barb Hume, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. At this time, I would like to make a motion that this particular resolution be tabled, or whatever the most appropriate wording is, so that all of the various little nuances that have been brought up by others could be identified, put forth, and done in a manner that can be done with thought, with care, and with love, and to appreciate all of those people for whom it impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. If I just have a moment. Do we have a seconder for that? I'm hearing Gary Bigger seconding that.
So I understand what Barb is asking. Normally, we would use the subsidiary motion to postpone in this case. However, postpone is not to be used if the matter is unable to be raised within a 3-month period for the next General Assembly, and because the AGM meets annually. I don't think we could use that. What we could do is the motion can be defeated. It means that it can come back to the MNJ and that, or it can be referred or committed to a committee. It could be referred to a community to further work on that. So my suggestion is that we say that the motion is to commit further consideration of this resolution to the Columbia Valley, to Cowichan Valley, Cowichan Valley Métis Association, who were the movers, for further refinement. To be resubmitted to the MNGA. So any changes that you would have to do, you'd have to bring it back to the MNGA, but we can refer it back to the mover for further reconsideration, further refinement, let's say. Refinement, does that sound good to you, Richard? Okay. I think that captures what was suggested. Is that correct? Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, it says to commit further refinement of this resolution to Cowichan Valley Métis Association. As there were a number of speakers from all over the province, I believe that it probably should go to the Governance Committee for further refinement. Thank you.
I think he was trying to sneak that one past so he didn't have to do the extra work.
You can't fault me for trying. Okay, MNGA Governance
You know
Committee.
what? You let me in the room, so you have to face it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, let's, we'll just get the language here. Well, let's say to commit Resolution 2 to the MNGA Governance Committee for further refinement and resubmission. I didn't see the second further refinement, so. Okay, there we go.
Mr. Bigger, your agreement with that? Sorry, what? This time then, because we do have the referral motion on the floor, it is debate, or there is debate whether or not to refer that, and I do have the couple speakers. The next speaker I did have, and I'm not sure if you wish to speak to this or wait if it's defeated, but I did have you next in line if you wish to speak to the referral. Thank you. And then I next had Lisa Shepherd.
Yeah, Lisa Shepherd, Golden Ears Métis Society, and I'm going to speak to this recommendation in favor of this. It was actually along the lines of what I was going to suggest anyway. To me, the language in this is a bit ambiguous. I have trouble understanding the intention behind the resolution, although I agree with it in principle. I would suggest that the committee that takes a look at this to ensure that the language actually states in there for citizens who go away to serve military, for citizens that are with the RCMP, for citizens who are sent out of province for job training, language that's more specific so that we don't have that ambiguity. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think a number of the governance committee members are here or online, so if assuming this gets referred, I think they're hopefully taking those notes. To my left, please.
Hi, Vanessa Mueller, Tri-River Métis Association. I just have two things to say when people are tossing this back and forth in their head is as we move forward as a nation, we need to look to the past. My grandfather was a founding member of MNBC, and he had to march his butt to Manitoba and get his card first. So we have people in parts of this country that are isolated and don't have community, and thank goodness Manitoba didn't turn him down, right? Because that was part of how we, people who had to go out of province to start at the build of our nation. So I just wanted to put that I'm in favor of this due to that. My second comment is in regards to location of where your body resides. When we look to our Indigenous nations that walk beside us, when we look to the First Nations, if somebody from the Gitxsan Nation moves to Vancouver, they don't stop being a member of that nation. So changing your national identity to where you're living is a colonial concept, and it needs to be tossed in the dirt.
Thank you for your comments. And I'll take our last speaker, and then we will vote on the referral motion. Go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Bruce Dumont, Cowichan Valley. Point of order, we have a motion on the floor and a seconder we have to deal with on the amendment.
Yes, this, and I'll let Mr. Speaker just a moment. Yes, no, I appreciate you had the amendment, the proposed amendment that was there and the wording that we've done. The referral motion takes precedence over that. So if, for example, the referral amendment or motion is defeated, then we would be back to dealing with the proposed amendment. Thank you. Thank you. It's always helpful so that we can clarify that and make sure we know what we're voting on. So given that, we will now prepare the voting to vote on the referral motion to commit Resolution 2 to the MNGA Governance Committee for further refinement and resubmission to the MNGA. When we have that ready, we will make that available to vote. And just to let everyone know, we are at 12, so we will be breaking for lunch after this. Point of order called, yes? Do you want to come to the mic, just if you...
Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis. It might be actually not a point of order, but should there not be a date for the MNGA for it to be resubmitted to? Because it could be indefinitely. and I've experienced that before with one of my resolutions.
Mr. Beaker?
We can put a date in there, Richard, but please do appreciate that the MNGA Governance Committee does have now about 3 or 4 things for consideration. It was my intention to probably bring you in for a Governance Committee discussion when we talked about this, seeing as you were the mover, it won't be forgotten. But please don't put a date where I have to deliver this by.
Thank you. Are we ready for vote? Thank you. So once it goes up, we'll ask you to
Okay, voting is open. So on the referral motion, press A if you're in favor of referring the resolution to the Governance Committee. B if you're opposed. C if you are abstaining. Okay, and voting should be open online as well. There we go. Okay, we'll give it a couple more minutes. Okay, 5 seconds for voting in the room, please. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting has now closed.
While we're waiting for the results, just so we know where we're at, we'll be breaking for lunch and back at 1 to confirm quorum. And at 1:05, we'll have our Métis Financial Corporation presentation right away at 1:05. So once we come back from lunch, please be back promptly and we'll be ready for that presentation. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker to report the results when they're ready.
Okay, so the results are that we have 129 votes in favor, 14 opposed, and 1 abstention. Resolution 2 has been committed to the MNGA Governance Committee.
Have a good lunch, everyone. We will see you at 1 o'clock. If I could have everyone take their seats, please, and settle. We're going to be have a brief announcement, and then we'll be inviting up our financial court to come up for their presentation. If I can get you to take your seats and settle, please. Yeah, you can come up now if you want, yeah. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Is there enough chairs? And before we start, we have an announcement, and I'll just invite you to the microphone.
Tante, everyone. I just wanted to remind everyone about the health fair across the way. We do have some visitors with us here from Vancouver Coastal and Fraser Health offering immunizations. So if you need to update your tetanus, Hep A, Hep B, HPV, they are offering that. As well, BC Cancer is here offering some screening kits. So if you are looking at, you can go talk to them about cancer screening opportunities. They are offering kits there. And then I have my notes here. Oh, and our regional health coordinator team are offering blood pressure and blood sugar screening as well. So please come say hi, get some swag, and yeah, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. And during the break, when you're checking that out, the other door, farther down, there's the vendors as well, the 2 doors over, so you can check those out as well. If I can have everyone who's at the back, please have a seat, and we are going to start. If you are going to converse, you're more than welcome to carry that on out in the hallway. But I will this time going to recognize our members or our chairperson for the Métis Financial Corporation. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Paul Ricard. I'm the board chair of the Métis Financial Capital Corporation of BC. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the history, and then I'm going to get the general manager to tell you about what's going to happen in the future. So the board of directors were appointed to the Métis Financial, or the Métis Nation of British Columbia Capital Corporation in June of 2017. That was our original name. 5 directors were appointed, 2 from the board of MNBC and 3 from at large. And at that time, they were Clara Morandell-Call and Walter Manault from the MNBC board. And from at large, there was Glenn Ose, Gil Mayfair, and myself, Paul Ricard, and we started the corporation. Our mandate was to start up a new capital corporation, and it was to be arm's length from MNBC, so there was to be no interference, and this was the rule set out by ISC. And it was to serve all Métis people in British Columbia. That's why we are a separate entity. We have our own board of directors, and we have our own offices in Kelowna, BC. We were given $900,000 to start the corporation in 2017 with a promise of $940,000 for 4 years thereafter. And then we started the Capital Corp. Make no mistake, though, our shares are owned by MNBC, and they are our shareholder. We are owned by them. But they do not interfere with the workings of the Capital Corporation. And also that is in the rules with Indigenous Service Canada. So a trip was made to Ontario to get some rules and to figure out how we were going to start this corp in 2017. And we went there and got quite a bit of information. Then we came back and we adapted that information into BC standards with the help of Gil Mayfair, who is one of our board of directors and also a lawyer. Policies and procedures were made, And then we redrafted everything to BC standards. And this is an ongoing process, and we're still doing that today. A mandate on how Métis Nation Capital Corporation was to operate was developed, and our mandate was to assist all Métis people in BC in starting their own Métis business. So they have to be 51% to borrow from us, 51% owned to get a loan from us. We knew that we had to be competitive, so we made sure that our rates were competitive. And with that, we also adopted to pay 75% of all business loans. So to get a loan, you had to have a business loan, our business plan. Therefore, what we did is that we got a business plan made for the new entrepreneurships, and we paid 75%, and we still do that today. So we take up the majority of those costs. And this would enable the entrepreneurs to succeed in business, because without a good business plan, you're doomed to fail. And I should know that because by trade I'm an accountant. In 2018, we decided to change our name to the from Métis Nation of BC Capital Corporation to Métis Financial Corporation of British Columbia. This was to give us an arm's length appearance so that we weren't just another MNBC division. We opened our doors in 2018, and for various reasons, we moved from Surrey, that's where our offices were at that time, and to Kelowna in 2019. In 2023, we replaced our CEO with a new general manager from Alberta. And he's a young Maine University graduate doing a great job and building our financial corp. And that is Austin Houle, who's sitting right beside me. So he is Métis, and he is applying for his MNBC citizenship, so he will switch from Alberta to BC, so we will have another new citizen. To be clear, this financial corporation is a sustainable business so that monies are available to all Métis people in the future. We are very successful. Our balance sheets are growing every day, and obviously there will be questions on that, but I can't answer them because those financial statements actually do belong to MNBC, and they would have to allow me to answer those questions. So we assist our clients in from the start. We used to assist our clients in getting grants, like so that if you borrowed so much money that you would get a grant to assist your business. We couldn't do that for the first 3 years of operation. We didn't have the funding from ISK, and so all you could do from us was get a loan. But today, if you come to our corporation, we are somewhere between 20 and 30% that we can give you a forgivable free loan or grant attached to your loan. So in other words, if you were to borrow $100,000, we can give you between $20,000 to $30,000 that is applied to your grant. You only have to pay us back $70,000, $70,000 to $80,000, and that's a good thing that we have grants for our citizens and for our people. So our next goal was to secure more funds from various agencies, and we've done that. We've worked with MNBC to do the first-time housing funds. And we had to make relationships with other AFIs, and we're continuously doing that at this moment. Since our start, we have given out roughly $9.3 million in program funding to Métis citizens of British Columbia. 6.8 of those were in loan disbursements, 2.5 are in forgivable grants that were dispersed. This fiscal year alone, which starts on April 1, we have given out $550,000 and $155,000 in grants so far, and we hope that this fall is going to be more successful. During COVID, we made a deal with Indigenous Service Canada, and we gave out $7.6 million in COVID loans and ISI loans, the CB equivalent, and we helped 57 Métis businesses. So we did a lot for the COVID loans with that. With that, $3.5 million was dispersed in CBIF, so the COVID loan microloans, or community grants, sorry. And there was 717 citizens and communities that were helped with this program. So we helped at least 717 citizens and people. Last year, 35 Métis people received first-time homeowner grants of $23,000. And we're hoping to open this, and Austin will be talking about this in October, and we're hoping that number will rise to 76 Métis people for first-time homeowners. I know firsthand that Métis people are business-oriented. My great-great-grandfather, Francois Morgeau, and his Métis wife came to BC and settled in the Columbia Valley in 1819. He was a free fur trader, and he sold to the U.S. Army and to Montana, and it was said that he had over $1 million in with the Hudson's Bay Company during that time. His son, Baptiste Morgeau, who was my great-great-grandfather, and his wife, Colette Kinbasket, whose father was Paul Chief Kinbasket. You probably heard of a little lake behind the Mica Dam named after him. That was my great-great-grandfather. Also had many businesses in the Columbia Valley. So we do have a large history of Métis businesses within British Columbia. My great-great-grandfather also had the first store in Golden in 1881 to 1883 and was called the Cash. And he and his sister Sophie, which one of your offices in MNBC office is named after her. She would bring in supplies from the end of the Northern Pacific Railroad and as far away as St. Paul, Minnesota. And she would sell to the CPR and to the stores in Golden and into the Columbia Valley and the Flathead District in Montana. And she would sell to trappers, miners, and whoever else would buy things from her. And that included whiskey and everything else. So CPR did bar her from coming within 20 miles of the CPR line in 1885 so that she couldn't sell whiskey to the CPR workers. It was also said that Baptiste preset all the caches for Rogers when he went over the Rogers Pass, and he also named the name of, or he also changed the name of Golden to Golden from the Cache, where it was what it was named at the time. There are not only male Métis entrepreneurs, but there are also female entrepreneurs. And we respect that, and we are going, and Austin will be talking about what those products are going to be like. One of those Métis female entrepreneurs was my great-great-grandmother, our great-great-aunt, Sophie Morgeau, who was Baptiste's sister. She was considered one of the best female entrepreneurs in the Northwest in the late 1800s in Canada. She could outpack any man, and was a shrewd business lady. Many men tried to take advantage of her because she was a female and Indigenous. Many never made it. She beat them all. And if you go into look at Crossing Boundaries, there's a documentary on her that was made in Fort Steele about that. As you can see, Métis have a long entrepreneurship in BC, and we are going to have a much longer one. And the Financial Corp is going to be helping with that. If you're planning to start a business, I do hope that you will come and see us, or you will send messages out to anybody else out there that is planning to start a business. We are here for our people, and we wish to continue to be here. Make no mistake, this is we will be self-sufficient within 5 years. That is our goal, so that we will not need funding from Indigenous Service Canada. And by that time, with the ongoing influx of interest and rollover of capital, this will be an organization for our Métis people for perpetuity. In closing, I would purposely like to thank my fellow Métis Financial Corporation Board of Directors who did the hard work and dedication to put this project together. And they are Sid Pelche, Director. Louis DeJager, Director. Paulette Flamond, who is not here. And I would like to especially thank Gil Melfair, our Vice Chair. Gil has donated a huge amount of time with legal advice that would have cost us a lot of money in putting this operation together, and I thank him greatly for it. And I would like to thank the MFCBC staff. They worked hard, they kept our operations going, and they're continuing to keep it going and to be a better place. And I also like to thank MNBC for allowing us to do this project. It's been great, and I think that it is a great success. And if there's any questions that you wish asked, stop at our booth or stop and talk to any one of us personally, and we will help you out with that. In saying that, I would like to introduce Austin Houle, who is a graduate of MacEwan University with a BA, and he is a Métis citizen of Alberta, and he is our new GM, and he's going to talk about the future. Thank you.
Wow. Hello, everyone. Some of you have come and met me and my team already. Some of you haven't met us yet. My name's Austin Houle. I'm from Alberta, born and raised in Edmonton. Current Métis Nation of Alberta member, but soon to be MNBC member. It's an honor to be here today, to see the nation gather together here. I started here in October, close to 1 year. Doesn't feel like it, but it's been 1 year. As I step into this role, I'm humbled to be part of this organization that's devoted to serving the Métis community. It's what I did in Alberta, working for their financial corporation equivalent at Bidagosan before I got here, and that's what I'm going to do here. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge my Métis history, my heritage, which traces back to the Papas Chase tribe in Alberta, as well as back to the Red River Rebellion. The resilience and strength of our ancestors during those challenging times serves as a reminder of who we are as a people, resilient, determined, and forward-looking. I carry that spirit with me here as I step into this role 1 year ago. Before we dive into discussing MFCBC's programs, goals, I just want to say as well a quick thank you to my small but very mighty team, Christine, Danica. We haven't worked together for very long, but we're a very strong team, and we all have a common goal of serving Métis entrepreneurs. Together, we are committed to working hard to ensure that our programs we offer meet the needs of the community and reflect the values we hold dear. Now, let's talk a little bit about our current programs so we can clear up some perhaps misconceptions or some obvious questions that you may have. Our standard loan and grant program, Paul gave some statistics on this. It's the foundation here at MFCBC. Right now, our current loans are roughly around 9%, just over 9% interest rate over a 5-year term. It's important to mention that as of right now, we do not offer standalone grants. Instead, we ensure that grants are coupled with loans to provide the best support possible to our clients. Our focus is on creating opportunities for Métis entrepreneurs and business owners to access the capital they need to grow their businesses. And we're always working to make sure that the terms of these loans are fair and manageable for Métis entrepreneurs. Our second program, our Women's Entrepreneurship Program. We are incredibly proud of our Women's Entrepreneurship Program. We believe that empowering Métis women to take leadership in business is vital to the future of our community. In the spring of next year, we're hoping to hold some workshops and conferences that will focus on developing this program further. These events will be an opportunity for us to come together and discuss what a truly beneficial entrepreneurship program looks like for Métis women entrepreneurs. And I encourage you to speak to me or my team if you would like to have a say in these conversations. These events will be an opportunity for us to come together and discuss how these programs will look, and will take some time to build, but we want to ensure that this program addresses the unique challenges and opportunities that Métis women entrepreneurs face in the business world. Lastly, our first-time homebuyer program. This program we're very excited about. Last year was our first year in partnership with MNBC in delivering it. I'm thrilled to announce that the launch of our first-time homebuyer program for the 24-25 fiscal year is set to open October 1st of this year. This program was a great success in its first year, and we were able to help 35 Métis first-time homebuyers buy their first home with a $23,000 grant towards their down payment, as well as closing costs. This year, we're very excited because that number that we were able to help will double, over double. We will be able to help 76 Métis first-time homebuyers across the province achieve their dream in buying their first home. We know how important home ownership is to building stability and wealth, and this program has been and will be a benefit for many Métis families across BC. Now let's look towards the future. What are some goals that the Financial Corporation has? While our current programs are robust, we are always continuing to look ahead and build for the future. One of our core goals at MFCBC is self-sustainability. We are committed to ensuring that the programs and resources we provide today are available for generations to come. This means growing our financial base, making sound, smart investments, and ensuring that we operate in a sustainable way that benefits our community in the long term. We also want to increase our visibility. We want to get involved more. We want to be part of the community. You will see us attending more and more MNBC events, community-hosted events throughout the province. Our goal is to stay connected to the people that we serve, understand their needs, educate Métis entrepreneurs and communities about how the Financial Corp can benefit Métis entrepreneurs and be present in a meaningful way. Lastly, I want to talk about how we're improving our presence online. We're working on a significant amelioration of MFCBC's website, as well as the first-time homebuyer website. Our aim is to ensure that both platforms are easy to navigate and provide up-to-date, relevant information regarding our programs, eligibility criteria, and timelines. We know how frustrating it can be. We know how frustrating it can be to search for answers online. So we're putting in the work to make sure the community has the resources it needs at its fingertips. So look out for these changes to be happening in the very near future. In closing, I'd like to say I'm incredibly optimistic about the future of the Métis Financial Corporation and the Métis Nation of BC and the communities here. We have a dedicated, strong team, a strong board. Together, we're building something that will last. Not just for today, but for generations to come. The work we're doing is essential, and I'm honored that I'm able to be a part of it. Thank you for welcoming me into this role, and I look forward to working with all of you as we continue to grow and thrive together. Thank you. Merci.
If there's any questions at all, you're welcome to come up to the mic, and we'd be happy to answer that.
Hello, is it on? Hello. First of all, I'm Deborah Fisher, so Region 4 Director for the Kootenays, for the East and West Kootenays. During my campaigning, I ironically ran into two of our first-time homeowners grant people. The comments that I heard from them was so rewarding because it was in the Kootenays, we're tourists, and most of our employees are basically working at minimum wage or minimum wage plus tips. The cost of living in our valleys right now are ridiculous. The housing prices are ridiculous. But to see the joy in their faces when they told me, and they came up to me. I have no idea who the people were that got those grants. That was one of the things that they liked, that it is done very privately and respectfully, but also the fact of you need to know how proud they were, number one, to be homeowners, number two, to be Métis, and number three, that they were recognized by their nation. So thank you for the work that you do, and onwards and upwards. Another 76 is another 76 happy people in homes. The other reason that this is super important to me as Minister of Children and Families, the majority of our children that are taken away is because they lack security. The best way to have security is to have a home. And if you can't ever afford to own your home, even for some of our people, it's just making the rent. So by providing homes and opportunities, we provide safe alternatives and homes for children where they can stay at home with their families. So thank you for being part of that.
Pixie Wells, Fraser Valley Métis Association. Actually, you mentioned about coming into community. So I sit on the Indigenous Education Committee for the City of Abbotsford, and I also sit on the Economic Development Table for the City of Abbotsford. So I'm wondering who I need to speak to have you come to Abbotsford or come sit at a table and have a conversation with us to see how we help the Métis people in Abbotsford move forward.
I would love to come and speak with you on this topic. Please reach out to me. I'll come find you after. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Connor from Region 3, citizen, and I just wanted to make maybe a couple of comments with respect to women entrepreneurs. They are the largest growing sector in Canada, women Indigenous entrepreneurs, and I would just like to maybe request that we observe an equitable board with respect to seeing ourselves represented at the board level. I would like there to be given some consideration to somebody with a really strong business development experience. And I'd also like to see as an improvement, because I have somewhat of a victim of the previous leadership of this organization on some of the troubles that they went through. I'd also like to see that there would be a strong female navigator that would be employed with Métis Financial that could not turn business plans down, but really work as a potential coach to provide really good feedback to women entrepreneurs. Because I will tell you from past experience, when you are told no everywhere, and then your own nation tells you no, and they don't offer the reason why, and they don't offer to assist you, it can be a very deflating experience. And it takes a lot for women entrepreneurs to step up to the plate and really try hard to do that again. So I would like to be able to recommend in the future that they go to Métis Financial, and I would like to maybe potentially see myself represented, you know, as another woman being on that board, and also in leadership.
If I could just answer that, we do have Paulette Villemont on our board. The board of directors of Métis Financial Capital Corporation are actually appointed by MNBC. This board has no say or avenue to elect or appoint anyone. We are appointed by MNBC, so if that were the case, that would have to be something that was brought up with MNBC itself.
I'll just quickly add that we reorganized last year, so we are active in getting our women's program out, but also we were able to help the BC, or the women of BC, the Métis women of BC, with $40,000, and so that's going to help them start their own social enterprise, so they themselves can start earning their own money. So we've actually granted them the seed money to open their own business, and we're excited about helping them get that off the ground and launching right across the province. So basically, they've got some dollars to run some programs for community. Community donates whatever projects back, whether it be a beading circle or poppies or whatever they want. They donate that back, and we put it on the trading post, and that money is regenerated again. So that's what a social enterprise is raising all of us. And the women have always said they want their own money. And so we were glad we were able to help them get that started and get them on their way to self-sufficiency, so they're in control of their own destinies, and helping other women entrepreneurs as well as culturally being able to do those programs in maybe some communities that they can't afford to get some of those materials in order to have those culture circles. So we are progressing, we hear you. Keep it coming, because the more ideas you have, the more ideas and things that we're able to execute at the board level. So thanks very much for that.
Thank you very much. And before I turn over to Mr. Borg, we'll have these will be the last three questions for the Financial Corp.
Mark DeBoard, President of Two Rivers and Kamloops. I've kind of got a double question here. One, I'm just wondering if there's a future plan to have opportunities for Métis citizens to invest in this type of thing to help support our community in the form of either a GIC or preferred shares within the corporation. And then my second question is there a plan to kind of take that homeowners grant a step further and actually offer mortgages to citizens?
To answer your first question, no, we can't take deposits. We are not a bank. We are a financial lending institution, Indigenous financial lending institution only. So we are funded by ISC, Indigenous Service Canada. So we couldn't give you a GIC or do anything like that. That is not our mandate. Our mandate is to assist entrepreneurs.
So no preferred shares or different?
No, there is only one share in the corporation, and that is owned by MNBC. And MNBC owns the only share in the corporation, and that is also set under the rules of Indigenous Service Canada.
Gotcha.
So the answer to your first question is no. Okay. The second question was regarding
mortgages.
Yes, giving loans. Again, with our agreement with Indigenous Service Canada, we can only help entrepreneurs. We cannot do financing for housing. There are some other avenues with the credit union starting, which I've been involved with, that we're hoping to get this started so that we would give better rates and opportunities for the Métis citizens of BC. Now that the election's over, it's my understanding that those talks are going to start to continue on, and that will be a separate entity other than the financial corporation.
Where would we get more information on the credit union's progress?
You could talk to Louis. He's the
Yeah,
chair.
Stuart's right in that very corner there, the Senior Director of Economic Development, who's doing a great job. We have had several meetings with trying to form our own Métis credit union. So that is in the works right now. That's coming along really nicely, and the conversations have been good. But also the Financial Corp is able to help for-profit community businesses. So if you think that's an avenue your community wants to go down, we would love to have that conversation with you and help set you on the right path on how to set that up so you're able to borrow money from the Financial Corp with grants included.
Perfect. Thanks so much.
Good. Mr. Van Weeringen.
Vince Van Weeringen, Northeast Métis Association. Two questions. One, and I believe you touched base, Mr. DeJagger, about support. Is there, when creating a business plan and going through the process, is there support from the Métis Financial kind of as an advocate or someone that could help individuals building that plan, or is it kind of build the plan and submit it? Sure.
Yeah, so to answer your question, getting the business plan done is part of our process. We want to focus on relationship lending, right? We'll go back to our roots. So throughout our entire process, whether you're eligible and viable right away or not, we'll work with you on getting you ready for the program. And then once you're part of the program, connecting you with a Métis business consultant, and they will work with you on building this business plan out. So we can really capture your vision and your ideas.
Perfect. Awesome. No, thank you. Second question is, and last question is the homeowners grant. I mean, I know there's probably a lot of stipulations and eligibility criterias. Is there a income criteria for individuals to apply?
The short answer is no. No, there's no limit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll turn to our last question here to my right.
Not so much a question. Cheryl Dockman, President of Kelowna Métis Association. Just wanted to say thank you for showing up at our Métis Rendezvous on Indigenous Peoples Day. It was so great to have you there representing Métis Nation for us in community. Thank you.
So I'd like to thank Paul and Austin and the other board members for the presentation, and I'm hoping that now everyone sees the faces, and we have further questions. Feel free to track them down and ask those questions. So thank you very much. As they're stepping down, we will be moving on to Resolution 3. This is at page 79 in the large book. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker to read through Resolution 3.
Resolution 3, subject is clarifying citizenship eligibility / acceptance. Legislation affected would affect the Citizenship Act. Submitted through the MNGA via Métis Nation Columbia River Society to the AGM clerk on June 2nd, 2024 will require a majority to adopt. Whereas the Métis Nation Council General Assembly adopted the following national definition in 2002, Métis means a person who self-identifies as Métis, is distinct from other Aboriginal peoples, is of historic Métis Nation ancestry, and who is accepted by the Métis Nation. In its judgment in R versus Powley 2003, the Supreme Court of Canada confirmed that Métis are a rights-bearing Aboriginal people and set out the components of a Métis definition for the purpose of claiming Aboriginal rights under Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982, based on ancestral connection to and acceptance by historic Métis communities. Pursuant to the Powley decision, Canada has supported the Métis National Council governing members in establishing and maintaining citizenship registries. To become a registered Métis Nation citizen, a person must apply to the Métis registry operated by the MNC governing member in the province in which they reside. MNBC is the MNC governing member in the province of British Columbia. Be it resolved that the Citizenship Act be amended as follows. Insert the following as Articles 3.13, 3.14, and 3.15. 3.13. The applicant recognizes that they may not be enrolled on any other Aboriginal registry. This includes being registered as a member, citizen, or beneficiary under the Indian Act or with any other organization or group that claims to represent Métis or other Aboriginal peoples for the purposes of rights, interests, and self-government. The applicant understands Métis Nation British Columbia is a representative body for Métis citizens in BC, provincially, nationally, and internationally. The applicant agrees that by signing the oath of citizenship on the MNBC citizenship application and/or the MNBC citizenship renewal or replacement application, they recognize MNBC as their sole governmental representative for their Indigenous rights under Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution, independent of any other declaration or statement the applicant may have made previously. Subject to approval of A above, in Article 3.2, insert 3.14 and 3.15 after 3.12 so that the article will read. Once the Citizenship Authority is satisfied that the applicant has met the conditions in Articles 3.1, 3.11, 3.12, 3.14, and 3.15, the Citizenship Authority shall issue the applicant notification of community acceptance not exceeding 90 days, and then issue a Métis Nation British Columbia citizenship card. In Article 6.1, strike the word "or" and in its place and insert renewal or replacement immediately following said the article will read. If due to information found during an audit, review, renewal, or replacement, a person on the central registry is found to be ineligible for Métis citizenship.
Thank you. And just before I ask for mover and seconder, just for those that were following along in the book and not on the screen, in the book has, it was a typo where it says 3.0.3, and on the screen you would see it was 3.1.3, so just so that everyone's clear, but on the screen it was as read in and as accurate. I will look for a mover or seconder, and I'll recognize the speaker to my right.
All right. Yeah, Travis Jobin, Métis Nation Columbia River Society. I'm kind of nervous right now. The coffee's strong or something. I guess I'll kind of start at the end, really. Like,
you're moving this matter?
Oh, sorry. I so move.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? And I'll just get on the, yeah, if you can speak into the microphone, because sometimes it's not picked up online for those that are listening online as well.
Shelley McGregor, Métis Nation Columbia River Society. I second.
Thank you very much, and I will recognize President Jobin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, so I guess really to start at the end, you know, Métis Nation is the governing nation for Métis people in BC. And the intent of this, what we encountered after Métis people were called home by the Manitoba Métis Federation, is that our citizens in our community were being encouraged to sign up now with MMF. And one of the statements we heard back was, well, there's nothing that says we can't do that. Now, that's not how I read the oath of citizenship we all signed on as citizens. So the intent of this really was to make it clear. It's to make it clear that, you know, you are recognizing Métis Nation BC as the governing nation in this province. It's not a tool to hunt out people. We don't have access to other registries. It really was a second sober thought in their citizenship application for people to consider that. And I think a lot of times it's not out of some kind of malevolent intent that people do that too. There's a lot of ignorance, I think, on people not really knowing the different organizations and what they mean. So that was the intent of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll invite our seconder if you wish to speak to it, or if you're otherwise. No? All right, thank you. And I'll invite speaker to my left.
I apologize to everybody. Vince Van Oringen, Northeast Métis Association. My community has many voices, and they bring me here because they know I love to talk. So I appreciate them. Just a question, I guess, regarding section, the be resolved 3.1.2. It states, sorry, resolution 3.1.4. The applicant understands Métis Nation British Columbia as a representative body for Métis citizens provincially, nationally, and internationally. I hear people speaking about provincially and representing BC. Some clarification on why nationally and internationally is in here would be great, please.
I recognize speaker to my right.
So MNBC is the, oh, sorry, can you hear me? Do I have just a minute? Okay. So I guess what I'll, I have to read this again. Okay, I guess it's under whereas. So to become a registered Métis Nation citizen, a person must apply, blah, 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 for an MNC governing member in the province in which they reside. So MNC, Métis National Council, is federally recognized by the Government of Canada. So then nationally, we're being already represented by MNC, and then provincially, we are being recognized by MNBC. But MNBC did represent our province nationally at UNDRIP in New York, internationally.
Sorry, so if I may,
go ahead. Yep,
Mr.
go ahead.
Speaker, sorry. I mean, with what's happened with MNC, we don't know where that stands currently. I understand the theory of it, but putting in the Citizenship Act that MNBC represents nationally, internationally, I think that ties us back into the resolution that was just kind of tabled in regards to opening a door for applications nationally and internationally, which is the question from the community, is that needed to be in there? Or could it be stricken, amended, and moved forward? So I guess I would put forth an amendment to have those two words strucken. And
my understanding, and this would be, and I see Mr. Harriet coming there as well, but there are good situations where MNBC might represent its the citizens at tables that are national in nature, or tables and groups that are international in nature, whether it's international conferences and things like that, and it would be that intention to say it's MNBC who has the authority, if I'm going to put it that way, or is representing us in those, whether it's an international conference or something like that.
Okay, cool.
That's my understanding, and I certainly stand to be corrected. But so it's not limiting MNBC to representing only within the provincial interests, and so, for example, only provincial government.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah. Good. Mr. Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. So this was definitely discussed at the MNGA and other places. So MNBC represents the rights and interests of our citizens. No one else does. So the Métis National Council is an advocacy body. They do not represent the interests and rights of our citizens. Thanks.
Thank you. To my left, yes.
Mark DeBoer, President of Two Rivers. This is a question for Columbia. I was just wondering, I just noticed our past president in the last presentations from Alberta, and so they would be enrolled in another organization, but they're trying to apply into BC. Is there anything in here where we could put like a comma or agree to revoke that once they get acceptance? Because I would hate for them to have to revoke Alberta and then wait and apply to us, because there's going to be that gap of acceptance, and so I'm just wondering if we can fill that gap.
Go ahead, Mr. Beaker.
So if we could have the screen scroll up to the 3.1.5, sorry, the other up. That happens more often than you think in the office. So 3.1.5, I'll focus on the part for signing the oath of citizenship for an application or a renewal. We have the clause there, independent of any other declaration or statement the applicant has made previously. So what we would be looking for somebody who was applying for MNBC for citizenship that held citizenship in another governing member, and they're applying for MNBC because they've relocated to BC, the independent of that declaration would say that when they apply for MNBC for their citizenship and they sign the oath of citizenship, they would be saying that they agree to be represented by MNBC, and that would replace any other oath of citizenship they would have made with another governing member, or in their renewal, if they had applied for citizenship in another governing member. When it comes back to MNBC for renewal, they are once again recognizing that they are reaffirming that MNBC is their representative.
I see that, but doesn't 3 box them out of even applying? Because if you look up at 3, it says that even before you apply, you cannot, the applicant, right? That's not the accepted, that's the person who's just trying to apply. They can't be enrolled in any other registry.
Okay, and thank you for clarifying that, actually. Okay, I see now what you're asking. Ms. Hodgson, or anyone from citizenship?
Yeah, we may be able,
oh, there she is.
Yeah, we may be able to, because this is one of those situations that already exists, a situation that already exists where individuals have, let's say, MNA as an example, MNA citizenship, have moved to BC, and are in that process, and perhaps, Colleen, you can kind of clarify how that process works with regards to if I can call it, changeover of the one citizenship to the other.
Okay, I'll take a shot at it, John. Stop it. So yeah, maybe I'll do this, because that feels kind of weird. I don't want to look at John. So I can tell you what we do and what we don't do. And there's, all these areas in between, which is the governance, which is you guys, will sort out. But for example, and I'll use that example from Métis Nation Alberta. So say someone from Métis Nation Alberta that's a citizen there moves to British Columbia, and they're a Métis Nation Alberta citizen living in BC now. It is entirely up to them, 100%, if they're going to apply for citizenship with Métis Nation BC. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. For the most part, they do, but we don't track them or anything. So let's say they're a Métis Nation Alberta citizen, and we receive an application from them for citizenship with Métis Nation BC, which is really exciting. And we know our Métis people, we move around a lot, right? So they come into BC. So we do not revoke anything. They are a citizen of the nation. So when they apply for citizenship with MNBC, it's up to them. So when there's no, and this is why this is a really interesting resolution, because we don't check to see if they belong somewhere else or belong to someone else. We have no way to check that. If somebody tells us that they have a Métis Nation Alberta card, that's great, but it doesn't change what we do. They still apply for citizenship with Métis Nation BC, and they're either eligible for citizenship or not eligible for citizenship. And in this case, they're from a citizen in Alberta, so most likely, so then they would receive their Métis Nation BC citizenship. But the fact that they're a citizen of Métis Nation Alberta doesn't change our process at all. It's the same as if I'm a citizen of Métis Nation BC. If I move to Edmonton, I'm going to go, yeah, I'm going to live there now, so I want to be a citizen of Métis Nation Alberta. I'm going to apply for citizenship in Métis Nation Alberta. They might ask me if I'm a citizen somewhere else, but it makes no difference. I'm still going to get my citizenship card in Métis Nation of Alberta. So as we move between these governing bodies, it doesn't change the process for each of the governing members, right? Not any of them. It's because it's jurisdictionally, it's provincial, right? And as long as we have provincial citizenship cards, it's going to be in the province you live in. It'll never change the process at all. So I'm hoping that kind of lets you know what we do. But we do not revoke a citizen of Métis Nation Alberta to give them citizenship in Métis Nation BC, nor would we ever do that. All we do is we just process their application for citizenship in BC. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. And I think what it goes back to is the mover who advised that the intent of this is that this is, as it's read here, it's the applicant recognizes, it's the individual who's going to take that oath of citizenship with MNBC, recognizing that this is the expectation. Now, not guaranteeing that everyone will appreciate that or will say, oh, I can't be on this, but that's between them and whoever they make their oath to. There's people who unfortunately don't keep oaths and things like that. But this is, as I understood and through the MNGA, it's an effort for maybe those that aren't aware of that, that the intention is to, essentially pick one, and MNBC is representing your interests while you're living and residing in British Columbia, and trying to make that a bit more explicit, and by putting this into part of the oath or the understanding of the oath of citizenship, so that individuals who can decide for themselves if they wish to actually follow through with MNBC citizenship, because this is what's expected of the oath. But again, it's not policed, if I can put it that way, by citizenship, if I can put it. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe I'll just add something quickly here. So I agree. That is an excellent summary of this, the greater awareness of it, the oath of citizenship that you sign. And we spent a lot of time working on that. We had lawyers involved. We didn't sit in our office and draft this up. This went through our leadership, it went through call-out, we had lawyers involved, because this oath that you sign is about Section 35 rights, because only citizens hold Section 35 rights. So that oath had to be applicable to that. So that's, when you sign it, you're saying your Section 35 rights are as a citizen of Métis Nation, British Columbia. So that oath is everything. And we spent a lot of time on it to make sure that it protects us and represents us and that we're recognized. So if the greater awareness that creates by making you think, wow, when I sign that oath, that this is MNBC. This is, my Section 35 rights are right here. And right now in the landscape of the province and fighting for our Section 35 rights in BC, this is really, really important that that oath is what it is. So it protects us. Just had one to add.
So I hope that helps. I'm not sure if you had any follow-up or question after that.
I guess so.
Let me just turn the mic towards you. Thank you.
So just to clarify, this wouldn't preclude someone from I understand that we wouldn't try to revoke their Alberta, but I'm just worrying about someone who is super honest. I understand we don't check, and that doesn't, I don't know if that's come a non-starter, but I just see that it just says you may not be enrolled. right? So if we hand it to someone, do they need to wait to revoke their Alberta before, or do they not? I guess is kind of my question. Because it does take time, right? So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Mr. Norquay.
Alex Norquay, Vice President, Caribou Chilcotin Métis. Yeah, I'm one of those people you want to talk about. I have my citizenship here in BC. It was the first one I got, but I also have that MMF card that they gave us an opportunity to apply for that has absolutely no benefits to the person that holds it. You can't vote, you can't get anything out of Manitoba, which I didn't want anyway. That's where my family came from, and I wanted it for my Métis identity, that's all. Not to claim Section 35 in Manitoba and Section 35 in BC. I was born in BC. If there's anything going to come to me, I want it to come from BC. So just want everybody to know that. If it's deemed somewhere down the road that we have to throw that card away, I have no problem with that. But I wanted that for recognize my grandparents, where they came from, the hard work they did, and then coming to BC, they found a better life. So this is where I want my life to be too. So thank you.
Thank you very much for those words. President Minot.
Walter Minot. I think one of the biggest concerns I've been hearing out, especially when I was campaigning, going around all the communities, it's not the actuality of having 2 or 3 cards from different provinces, is enabling some of our citizens to be able to run in leadership roles that do have membership in other provinces. We're just worried about the concerns of where their loyalty lies. Also, whether they're looking after the best interests of the other province that they're representing, or MNBC, or the province of British Columbia. So the only thing I'm concerned about this is if you hold cards from other provinces and you're able to run in a leadership role under MNBC, what are you going to be representing? Are you going to be representing the best interests of that other government that you hold that card on? Or are you going to be representing the best interests of the citizens of British Columbia? Because it stands right now, I think all of our leadership should be representing the citizens of British Columbia and not looking at the best interests of other provinces and other governments. So that's the one thing that I'm worried about in regards to this resolution and our policies going forward, is how do we protect our government? How do we protect our people that are here in BC? How do we fight for the rights of our Métis citizens in British Columbia when you're representing 2 different provinces? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so I'm not seeing any other hands or anyone coming up. So we will then move to the vote. And again, I'll turn it to Mr. Beaker just to remind everyone of what the level is required, if I can put it that way, for this to pass. And I'll turn it to Mr. Beaker now.
So we're looking for a majority of vote to approve. And is our poll ready to go? Excellent. So we're going to launch the poll in the room, also online, and we're going to put up on the screen quickly how to indicate your vote. So A is in favor of the resolution, B is opposed, and C is an abstention. Okay, and what's, I guess, becoming quickly my thing. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting is now closed. Okay, the vote results are 87 votes in favor, 24 opposed, 11 abstentions. Resolution 3 is adopted.
Thank you very much. We're going to jump right into number 4. I will turn it over to Mr. Beaker. It's a little bit lengthier, but not too bad. Do we want to read this one in?
I'm fine.
Okay, we'll read this one in. But there's also, Mr. Beaker will also do a bit of a presentation to assist with this resolution. Is a presentation that was provided to the president at the MNGA as well that accompanied this when it was discussed. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker for resolution number 4.
Resolution number 4, subject is conflict of interest. This will affect the MNGA Act and the Constitution. It was submitted to the Governing Assembly via the MNGA Governance Committee to the AGM clerk on June 1st, 2024. It will require a 3/4 vote for adoption. Whereas in December 2023, the MNGA referred the matter of conflict of interest in MNBC legislation to the MNGA Governance Committee. The articles in the MNGA Act relating to conflict of interest are somewhat vague and can lead to seemingly arbitrary positions taken by the MNGA, and therefore do not fully serve the interests of Métis Nation BC as an organization, its chartered communities, and its citizens. The MNGA has the ability to determine if a member has a conflict of interest and therefore needs a clear process which ensures the rights of all MNGA members are protected. Be it resolved that the MNGA Act be amended as follows. Strike and replace the definition conflict of interest with the following. Conflict of interest means that a member, an immediate family member, or a close business associate of the member has a personal or professional interest in the matter of hand that is separate from their role as an MNGA member. The interest is distinct from the interests of the Assembly and or Métis Nation British Columbia, such that the activities could negatively affect MNBC's ability or authority to negotiate on behalf of and represent Métis people in British Columbia. Stands to realize a personal or professional benefit from a favorable decision on the matter that does not provide a similar benefit to MNBC or its charter communities, or will provide benefit to a Métis organization other than MNBC or its charter communities. And that the interest means that a reasonable person would conclude that the interest or personal benefit to be gained could influence or affect the decision-making of a member. Insert new definition. Immediate family member means a parent, step-parent, foster parent, sibling, spouse, or common law spouse, ward parents, or other relative permanently residing with a member. Strike Article 3.4 and insert the following in its place. If a member has a conflict of interest on a matter at the MNGA, they must disclose in general terms to the other members the nature of their involvement, refrain from voting on the resolution or consenting to a resolution, leave the meeting while the matter is under discussion, and refrain from any action intended to influence the discussion or vote. If the member complies with Article 3.4, the minutes will really reflect the disclosure, the general nature of the conflict disclosed, the time the member withdrew from the meeting, and the time they returned. Despite Article 34C, the member experiencing the conflict may remain in the meeting for the purpose of providing information if asked to do so by another member. Once the information is provided and the Assembly has begun to deliberate, the member experiencing the conflict must leave the meeting. A person who is listed in any official registry as a decision maker of a Métis political organization or Métis government does not recognize MNBC as a representative government of Métis in British Columbia shall be deemed to be in automatic conflict of interest and may not participate in the MNGA except as noted in Article 3.5 until they provide proof that they are no longer a member of that Métis organization or Métis government. Métis organizations, which by their mandate and actions are primarily advocacy organizations, are not considered political organizations for the purposes of this Act. If a member wishes the MNGA to determine if another member has a conflict of interest, they shall provide notice of a motion to the MNGA clerk or designate no later than 14 days prior to the MNGA. Such a resolution must include the following: the name, community name, and position, president or vice president, of the person believed to have a conflict of interest. Briefly indicate the nature of the conflict of interest and indicate the consequence if the MNGA determines the person has a conflict of interest, specifically whether they are removed under Article 3.9 or 3.10 below, and attach to the resolution a maximum one-page summary of the conflict of interest and any available proof of the conflict of interest. A template of the resolution and attachments may be requested from the MNGA clerk or designate. Upon receipt of such a resolution, the MNGA clerk or designate will verify the resolution meets the criteria in A, review the summary and proof submitted, if any, attempt to verify the proof submitted, if any, send the resolution to the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, or co-speakers of the MNGA for review and placement on the MNGA agenda. Within 48 business hours of receipt, send the resolution to the submitter and the person alleged to have the conflict, advising that it will be on the agenda for the MNGA. And 24 business hours after sending to the submitter and the person alleged to have a conflict, send the resolution via email to all MNGA delegates. Despite Article 3.7, the MNGA may, by a 2/3 vote of members present, agree to waive the notice of a conflict of interest resolution. If notice is waived, the mover must submit the conflict of interest resolution in the same form as noted in Article 3.7a to the MNGA clerk or designate by email for display at the MNGA. If the Assembly by 2/3 vote determines that a member has a conflict of interest, the member must take the steps outlined in Article 3.4 Parts B to D above. Such a motion must specify the nature of the conflict in general terms. If the member determined to be in a conflict of interest does not take the steps outlined in Article 3.4 Parts B to D, they may be removed by the Assembly by an additional 2/3 vote while the matter is being deliberated. The Assembly by a 2/3 vote may disqualify a person who contravenes Article 3.6 from being a member of the MNGA until proof that the conflict no longer exists is provided to the MNGA clerk or designate. A person suspended from being a member of the MNGA may appeal the suspension to the Senate, whose decision shall be final and binding. Amend Article 35 of the Constitution by removing the struck-through wording and inserting the underlined wording as set out below. A person may be suspended temporarily or permanently from being a member of the MNGA by a vote of 2/3 of the members present. A person so suspended may appeal the suspension to the Senate, whose decision shall be final and binding.
Yep. Thank you. I will look for a mover and a seconder before we get to the presentation to help explain some of those parts. Do we have someone to move Resolution 4? If you could come to the mic just so we can get it recorded on the minutes. And I'll recognize the speaker to my left.
Corsell, North Fraser Métis Association.
Thank you very much. To my right.
Travis Jobin, Métis Nation, Columbia River.
Thank you very much. I will turn it over to Mr. Beaker. I think he's going to go to the podium as there is a presentation for this.
If anything, it's good to give my legs a little bit of a stretch by standing up now. So. Okay, so this is a presentation I was mentioned was delivered to the June 2024 MNGA. So anyone who was a delegate at the June 2024 MNGA or was watching the live stream has seen this presentation, but I thought it would be helpful to go over it again for the benefit of everyone present today. So the reason why the MNGA Governance Committee was looking at this matter is because this was a resolution that arose out of the December 2023 MNGA. As you can see, the MNGA referred specific articles of the MNGA Act and the Electoral Act to the Governance Committee to clarify what constitutes a conflict of interest, because the current legislation, the legislation currently was somewhat vague and led to some interesting processes from the December MNGA when conflict of interest questions came up. So the Governance Committee took a look at the MNGA Act and found four things when looking at the Act in the context of conflict of interest. First off, the definition of conflict of interest required clarification. There was no process on how an MNGA member handled a one-time conflict of interest. Under the MNGA Act, currently it just says that a member shall not be in a conflict of interest, and it's only written in a context of somebody having an ongoing conflict of interest by being a member, by being a decision maker of another Métis entity. It didn't cover any process about if you had a conflict of interest in one of the 10 resolutions that was before the MNGA. There was no defined process on how an MNGA member submitted a motion to decide a conflict of interest. Was notice required? Are they required to have supplemental documents? There was no ability for the MNGA members to consider the information relevant before they considered suspension of the member. And then the last piece was that under the MNGA Act and the Constitution, the voting threshold to suspend an MNGA member was a majority. Majority, of course, meaning more than half, meaning one vote more than another means someone is suspended. The suspension of rights in an MNGA member or a member of MNBC or a member of any deliberative assembly, the general doctrine behind it is that that should not be done by majority vote. It should be a higher threshold to suspend the voting rights of a member. So with that analysis, what's the solution? So first off, the definition of the conflict of interest required clarification. We've enhanced the definition of conflict of interest. I read out the enhanced definition, but you can see that it added personal or professional interests in a matter before the MNGA. There's the benefit of an organization, a Métis organization other than MNBC or its charter communities. It retains the previous definition of interest distinct from the MNGA or MNBC that could negatively impact MNBC. And then the definition of immediate family member was kind of lumped in with the definition of conflict of interest. So we separated it out to say that immediate family member means, and it was still the same definition of immediate family member. So how do you handle a one-time conflict of interest? Again, you know, if there's 10 resolutions on the agenda and you might have and if you're a member of the MNGA and you have a conflict of interest in one, how do you handle the one and can you still participate in the other 9? Well, we've developed a process that says that you need to recuse yourself for the one. Once we're done with that one matter, you can come back in and deal with the other 9. The ongoing conflict of interest for directors, officers, or decision makers for Métis political organizations was refined, but it's unchanged. So the MNGA Act pretty much said that if you were a member of the board of directors for another Métis organization not affiliated with MNBC, you are in a conflict of interest if you're going to be an MNGA member. We refined it a bit, but that is still the definition. The process on how you submit a motion to decide a conflict of interest, I'm not going to go through the whole process for you right here. You can see it on the screen, you can see it in the resolution. But what we have done is we have set out a clear process that if somebody says that somebody is in a conflict of interest before the MNGA, you have to give notice. We're saying that, you know, you have to give 14 days notice of that notice to be considered by the MNGA. You have to put it in writing. You have to say who you're talking about, and you have to say why you think they're in a conflict of interest.
You have to say, whether or not this is a one-time or an ongoing conflict of interest. And then importantly, supplemental documents to demonstrate that they have a conflict of interest. Conflict of interest considerations are already awkward, but they become incredibly poisonous if they are just rumor, innuendo, and something baseless. Quite honestly, in my opinion, and what is being reflected in this resolution, if you're going to say that somebody is a decision maker of another Métis organization that has interest in conflict of MNBC, show me. Show the MNGA that that's the case, and if you can't, then let's move on. Then the last piece is that the resolution is going to give the MNGA clerk the ability to verify that information. I or my designate, as long as I'm the MNGA clerk, is not going to decide whether or not somebody has a conflict of interest. That's up to the MNGA. What I am going to do is to make sure that all of your paperwork is presented before I bring it to the MNGA. So if somebody says, I think that this member is in a conflict of interest because I heard that they were on another board. That's great. Do you have any supplemental information to provide that? Why, actually, yes, I do. It's right here. Okay, that looks like something that the MNGA should consider. And we modeled that much on the way of how the Senate clerk handles submissions to the Senate. The last piece around the voting threshold to suspend an MNGA member, we mentioned that the suspension of voting rights or democratic rights should be something that is more than a majority vote, but also waiving notice of a resolution to suspend those rights should also be more than a majority vote, right? We could be in a situation where somebody submits something a day before an MNGA and they want to consider it at that MNGA, and that's great. The MNGA, to waive that notice, to be fair for all of its members, we would require more than a majority vote. And as you can see here in the presentation, it prevents legislation from being weaponized beyond the intent of the resolution, and it prevents resolution by ambush. And a good example of this is if you give notice that you think that somebody's in a conflict of interest and they're a community president or a community vice president, and they're given sufficient notice that this is going to be considered the MNGA, they can make arrangements for their alternate delegate to present, because if they show up and they are found in the conflict of interest, that community may go without a representative for that session of the MNGA and longer. So the notice provides somebody to actually, as I would like to call, self-recuse themselves. To say, okay, maybe I might be considered in a conflict of interest. Maybe I might have to file some paperwork, but I am going to make sure that somebody is representing my community, which is the general reason why the MNGA exists. And also MNGA members that are suspended under resolution can still appeal their suspension to the Senate, and with any reference to the Senate's decision is final and binding. That's all we got. I would say, questions there, but actually, why don't we just move into discussion and debate? Thank you.
Thank you. What I'm going to suggest, actually, I'll invite our mover and seconder to speak first, and then we do have someone online. I'm noting the time. The health break is, I think it's probably set up. The health break was scheduled for 2:35. I think this makes the best sense to do it now. We'll take 10 minutes, so till 2:40. We'll take a break, come back, and then we'll start in with the discussion. Sorry? We have a mover and a seconder, yes. Sorry? Yeah, you don't have to. You have the option, first on. So we will return at 2:40 to begin, and we'll start with the discussion. We have a hard stop at 4 o'clock today, so wherever we get to, that's where we'll end today. So please be back 10 minutes, or just over 10 minutes, and we'll be starting again. Hello, everyone. We can come back in. Jeff, I see you just outside the door. I don't know if you can hear me. If we could have someone just yell out maybe out in the hallway. Oh, thank you. One of those ditto. All right. All right. I did a rough count. We've got more than quorum in here and online. So we are going to call the meeting back to order. Thank you very much. I asked our mover, they've advised that they'll decline speaking, which is totally fine. And we'll go to our seconder, Mr. Jobin. I'll go to you at this time.
Métis Nation, Columbia River Society. Yeah, and also Region 4 rep on the governance committee. I guess I don't have much to add to the presentation done by Mr. Beaker. You know, I think it was, we went through some conflict of interest issues, let's call them, at previous MNGAs, and it was quite clear that we needed to beef up that part of it, and I think what we've got here is something we can work with. You know, you try to throw as many hypothetical situations at these as you can to see if they stand up, and I think we have something here that's that makes sense and is usable. So I think that's it.
Thank you very much. The next speaker I have is online, David Allard.
Hi, David Allard. You guys can hear me?
Yes, we can.
I support this resolution. I'm proud of the work that the governance committee has done. With this, I would like to submit a short amendment, which I shared in the chat, so it is written out. So basically, it's to remove community name and president or vice president in brackets from section 3.7. So what would remain there is 3.7 subsection A subsection I. What would remain there is the name and position of the person believed to have a conflict of interest. We all know the MNGA is more than just community presidents and vice presidents. So by having that included now, it almost seems to preclude that fact that there's 11, potentially soon 12 other members of the MNGA there. So just for the sake of simplicity, just remove community name and in bracket president or vice president.
Thank you, Mr. Allard. And so we're doing that now. I'm hoping you're able to at least see what's going on. So essentially striking community name and the brackets portion there. So the requirement would be name and position of the person believed to have a conflict of interest, and if I understand it correctly, is to reflect that it's more than just presidents and potential vice presidents who sit on the MNGA and who therefore may be in a conflict of interest, and so this will is not therefore not limiting it to just those roles. Thank you, Mr. Allard. Do I have a seconder for the amendment proposed by Mr. Allard? And I'll turn to my left first.
Vince Van Waringen, Northeast Métis Association. I'll second that motion.
Thank you. And I believe, and I'll stand corrected, Mr. Allard, you've explained the reason for it. Is there any other discussion that you wished, or comments you wished to make?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I will turn to Mr. Van Wergen. He's shaking his head. I think he's just in agreement there. Is there any discussion, and we'll limit the discussion right now to just this, the proposed amendment to strike community name and president and vice president in brackets. Is there any discussion on that aspect, given the explanation that was provided by Mr. Allard? I'm not seeing anyone jumping up. What I'm going to do then, I'll first look at whether or not we have unanimous consent for that amendment. So if there's any objection to the proposed amendment to striking those two portions out, please raise your hand if you object to striking that. Not seeing any hands going up, no objection being noted, we will strike that, those portions. And the Resolution 4 will continue as now amended by the removal of those portions. Thank you very much. I do not have any other speakers on the list yet for the main resolution, although I am seeing someone walking to one of the microphones, and I will recognize Mr. Van Wergen.
Thank you. Vince Van Wergen, Northeast Métis Association. One would like to give a big thank you to the Governance Council and everybody that worked on this resolution. It's great to have. I appreciate those that came up to me and spoke with me. You know, there was the conflict of interest, and it was a messy one, and it's very nice to see how what happened was taken by our MNGA and by our MNBC and by our Governance Council and amended. So I speak highly in favor of this resolution and everything that it stands for. So thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'll recognize Leader McDonnell.
Betty Ann McDonnell, Nicola Valley and District Métis, Kinnikinnick leader. I speak highly in favor of this. What happened at a certain MNGA, to me, was heartbreaking. We were asked to, and we did, shun one community member. They weren't even allowed to sit in the seat that they were assigned to. And that was on innuendo. I never did see anything concrete, and there may be now, but there wasn't that day. In our elections just now, on some of the threads, there's been many accusations. And again, none of them that I know are positively identified. There are people who have taken me off their Facebook or don't speak to me now because of what they assume to know about me. And as Métis people, we're saying, let's bring our family home. If we're bringing our family home, we need to be respectful. We need not to hang people by assumption. This will make it loud and clear what that should look like. And I hold my hands up, and I appreciate it, and I hope this goes through as a, for lack of better words, a no-brainer.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? Anyone online? No. Has it been 30 minutes? Yes, I am not seeing anyone jumping up to the microphones, so we will. I will turn this over to Mr. Beaker for the vote on the resolution as amended, and he will be just to clarify for everyone the level that's required. Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. As this resolution proposes an amendment to the Constitution and the MNGA Act, we require a 3/4 vote to adopt. And do we have the poll ready? Okay, if you are in favor, please press A. If you're opposed, please press B. And if you're abstaining, please press C. And once again, an abstention is treated as
if you did not vote.
We're getting the hang of it. That one came up super fast, so thank you, Nicole and staff there.
Starting to vote pretty quickly now. So 5, 4, 3. Voting is now closed. Okay, so we had 119 votes cast, so we need 90 to adopt, 118 in favor and 1 abstention. Resolution 4 is adopted.
Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to move right on to Resolution 5. This is another, similar to Resolution 1, where it's quite a lot to go through. It is something that everyone has from pages 84 through 90. What I'm going to suggest, as we did in the morning, that we do not read through it word for word. We all have it. We have it on the screen or in front of you. And so I will turn it over to Mr. Beaker. We might perhaps just go through the whereas so that we can see the context for it and the type of vote that's going to be required. And then I will be looking for movers and seconders. And then this one also has a presentation to assist in getting through all of the proposed amendments here. So Mr. Beaker, go ahead.
Resolution number 5, the subject is MNBC Act amendments. This affects the MNBC Act. This was submitted to the MNBC via the MNBC Governance Committee on June 2nd, 2024, and it will require a majority vote to adopt. And whereas the MNBC Governance Committee's purpose is to review the governance and decision-making structures within the MNBC and recommend changes to concerns that have a bearing on governance and decision-making structures. In 2022, the MNBC changed its meeting frequency from 1 meeting per year to 3 meetings per year, and the MNBC Act has not been updated in a fulsome way to reflect this. And the MNBC Act contains a number of typographical errors and duplications, and some sections could be reorganized in order to improve comprehension and flow.
Thank you very much. And I will look for a mover and a seconder. In fact, so mover, I see Jamie Lee Keith. Thank you. And seconder? Oh, he beat you this time, Vince.
Ah, I gotcha. Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. I'll second that.
Thank you very much. So I'll turn it to Mr. Beaker for the presentation, and then I'll invite our mover and seconder to speak to it if they wish.
All right, so much like the last presentation I gave, this is the same slide deck we gave to the MNBC in June, and we'll go through it a little bit quicker than we did at the MNBC. So, the resolution for MNBC Act amendments. So, the genesis of the resolution is that the MNBC Act was not amended when we changed the MNBC to meet 3 times a year instead of 1 time a year, and the Act was originally written in the context of 1 MNBC a year. Practices at the MNBC were starting to diverge from, to be divergent from the legislation within the Act. And the practices that the MNJ were doing were for convenience and for time consideration, so we want to reflect that in the legislation. Rules specific to MNGA procedure were legislated, and there was a lengthy process to change that. And what that means is that it's the procedure of the MNGA itself. How the MNGA conducts its own business was legislated. Every time the MNGA wanted to do something different as an assembly, it would have to come back to the AGM. And then there was just also an appetite to change certain sections of the MNGA Act, so we folded it in to the resolution that we have before you right now. So the proposed solutions. The first one was the creation of what we're calling a governance cycle. So in December, March, and June, we intend to hold MNGAs, and then in September to be an AGM. As you can see, there's going to be a quarterly meeting. The required reporting that MNBC and the Board of Directors are to give to the MNGA, that is specified for the spring MNGA or the March MNGA. It sets the theory behind the MNGA dates. So generally the first weekend of December, March, and June, unless there's a conflict of a holiday or a time change. The MNGA will still decide the actual dates that it decides to meet, and it will also choose which dates would be a virtual participation and in-person presentation. So a quick update of that is that in 2025, the in-person MNGA will be held in June and not March. So there's a process for a resolution that's submitted to an MNGA but not considered at that meeting. So if a resolution is proposed at the December MNGA, so the first one in the cycle, and the MNGA does not consider that matter at its sitting in December, we now will have it legislated that will be automatically added to the agenda in March. There was some fuzziness as to what we would do with that. And then if it's proposed at a summer MNGA and not considered in the summer MNGA, it drops off but can be resubmitted at the start of the next cycle. We also added into the MNGA Act that there would be a process for reconsideration or further perfecting a resolution that was passed by an MNGA but not yet considered in an AGM. So if a resolution is considered and approved at, say, the December MNGA, and then at the June MNGA, we wanted to further perfect that resolution before it came to the AGM, we have a process to bring that back to the table. The resolution also proposes that the MNGA is authorized to change its own procedural rules. So the voting procedure and the MNGA standing rules will be moved to appendices of the MNGA Act, as opposed to being in the MNGA Act as legislation. The MNGA, through a 2/3 vote, can change the appendices for its voting procedures and its standing rules. As these rules only apply to the MNGA itself, they're not legislative changes and will not require AGM approval, so it makes the MNGA to be able to be more nimble in conducting its own business. So in Appendix A is how quorum and votes are cast. So if the MNGA wants to move away from a roll call vote every time they have quorum, if it wants to move to electronic voting in in-person MNGAs, the appendix can change how those votes are cast. But what the MNGA cannot do is it cannot change quorum requirements or vote thresholds for the MNGA. Those are legislated. If those changes come up, they come back to the AGM. And then Appendix B is the MNGA standing rules, which are very similar to standing rules of the AGM, but also can be built out specifically for a legislative assembly as opposed to a general meeting. What are some other changes? Abstention vote. The resolution is proposing that if somebody abstains at the MNGA, it means that they are considered to have not voted instead of having the effect of no vote. We made that change in the Constitution to reflect the AGM when we're making specifically constitutional amendments. Now we're going to have it that an abstention just means the same as if you didn't show up. We're defining that we can have co-speakers of the MNGA. The Act said that there could be a speaker and a deputy speaker. Now we can also have co-speakers. The clerk responsibilities are refined to reflect current practices. For urgent business, a 2/3 vote to add a legislative resolution after the deadline set out in the MNGA Act. And then there's a majority vote for any non-legislative resolution. This ties in a bit to the notice that we talked about for the conflict of interest. For legislative changes for the nation can protect itself from making a unclear or rushed decision by making sure that there's more of an appetite to add something for urgent business. But if it doesn't affect our legislation, it can just be majority vote. And then there's housekeeping of definitions and terms. Thank you. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beaker, and I will turn to our first speaker, Jimmy Keith.
Yes, this provision is quite large, but the Governance Committee, if you're feeling overwhelmed, rest assured the Governance Committee has people on the board who really spend hours combing through all of this information and looking at it from every possible angle. It really has been beaten into the ground. Not that we can't miss things, but if you are second-guessing yourself on how big it is and you're thinking of abstaining, like I said, there is a group of people that really worked tirelessly that weekend that we had at headquarters to make sure that it's right and that it's cleaned up nicely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to resolution number 5? Yes, I'll recognize the speaker to my left.
Angel Robinson, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. Mostly a question, will the 2S LGBTQI+ Council automatically be added where the rest of the board is named in this resolution, or will amendment need to be proposed?
It's a very good question. I'll just turn it over to Mr. Beaker.
Yes, and thank you for that. Thank you for that question, Angel. The answer would be yes. The resolution 1 adds the I believe the 2S LGBTQI+ chair as a member of the MNGA. In effect, that change has already happened, even though we haven't written it down. So the other changes will not affect that. So we will have a complete MNGA Act that includes resolution 1.
Thank you, but also a very great question. It's always difficulty when you're have multiple resolutions addressing the same pieces of legislation, and when one passes and how that affects it, even just with numbering and things like that. So thank you for that. Any other discussion on resolution 5? Not seeing anyone jumping up to the microphone. We will open this for voting. I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. So this resolution is affecting the MNGA Act only, so we're looking for a majority vote to adopt. When we're ready for voting, which we are, we'll put that on the screen. So if you are in favor of this resolution, please press A. If you're opposed, please press B. And if you abstain, please press C. And if you're online, please choose accordingly. And again, abstentions are the same as if you never showed up today. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting closed. All right, the vote tally will be on the screen, but we had 122 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. Resolution 5 carried unanimously.
And I think in line with what Jim McKee said, I want to thank the governance committee for all the work that they did for that and the staff that helped them with that in bringing it to the MNGA and the AGM. Great work on that committee. All right, we're moving along. Number 6, Mr. Beaker.
Resolution number 6, the subject is an MNGA member's oath. This affects the MNGA Act. This came from the MNGA Governance Committee to the Assembly on March 2nd, 2024, and requires a majority vote for approval. So whereas Article 3.4 of the MNGA Act does not allow participating MNGA members to be in a conflict of interest, conflict of interest in Article 2.6 of the MNGA Act includes becoming the director or officer of a Métis provincial organization whose interests are in conflict with MNBC or whose activities could negatively affect MNBC's authority to represent Métis people in British Columbia. And not all MNGA members may know that that conflict of interest includes Part 2 above. So be it resolved that the following be inserted as Article 3.3.1 in the MNGA Act. Prior to representing their community at the MNGA, the President and Vice President of each community must make a declaration with the Clerk of the MNGA or designate affirming that they are not in a conflict of interest as per Article 2.6 of the Act. So a note at the March 2024 MNGA, the Clerk of the MNGA was also directed to prepare a draft oath for the MNGA to consider at the June MNGA. The oath approved by the MNGA is attached as Appendix 6, and if the above resolution is approved, the oath set out in the Appendix A will come into effect for the December 2024 MNGA, the next MNGA coming up. So I'll just read the oath very quickly here, which you'll find on page 108. So the member's oath is, I am the President/Vice President of the community name. I will execute and perform the duties required of me by the members of the community name as a representative to the MNGA in accordance with the MNGA Act. I affirm that I am not a director or officer of a provincial Métis body or association beyond MNBC other than the charter community name, and I am in compliance with the conflict of interest provisions of the MNGA Act, which I have reviewed. And if any time I cease to be the President or Vice President of community name, or I become an officer or director of any other provincial Métis body or association beyond MNBC, except for an MNBC charter community, I will inform my community and the MNGA clerk and resign my position as community name representative to the MNGA. Print, signature, witnessed, date signed.
Thank you very much. I will look for a mover and a seconder. Seeing a hand up, I'm assuming Wendy Schneider for moving. Thank you. Thank you very much. So it is before the Assembly. I will, sorry. Sure. Let's Mr. Beaker make a brief comment before I go to our mover and seconder if they wish.
Thanks, and I just wanted to clarify something about the oath that comes up that you see on page 108 where it says I am the President, Vice President of community name, and I'm sure that there is a question out there of what about the existing Board of Directors of MNBC? Would they be required to sign a member's oath like this? And the reason why the member's oath is written with the community representatives in mind is simply because we all heard the oath of office that the Board of Directors took when they were sworn in yesterday. That oath of office also precludes them from serving on another organization or entity that is in conflict of MNBC. And also in the Electoral Act, we know that somebody who served on one of those for up to a year before the election can't run for a board position. So should a board member of the MNBC be considered in a conflict or in breach of this member's oath, that could be considered by the Board of Directors as being in a conflict not of just the MNGA but also of the MNBC board as a whole.
Thank you very much for that. That was something I was curious given the amendment that Mr. Allard brought previously, but thank you. I think I saw Schneider, I'm sorry, where did our seconder go? Did you wish to speak to it? Thank you very much. I will turn to my speaker to my right.
Mrs. Shepherd, Golden Ears Métis Society, just pointing out that there's a typo. There's just a missing word, the word than. It says other, chartered community name, just needs to be added, other than. Sorry, in the member's oath, the third paragraph. Yeah.
Thank you. We got to start having little giveaways for anyone who finds typos in the books. Thank you very much.
Yes, go ahead.
Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. I'm in favor of this. I just have a question on how the oath would be presented or taken care of during, like for virtual. It's one thing when we're in person. Would something be sent out a week prior and we would have to submit it before, or how would that work?
An excellent question about how we will operationalize this. I think that your sense is correct. We will send out a copy of this oath, if adopted, to all members of the MNGA to sign. We'll probably do that very promptly and then remind people closer to the December MNGA to sign that, because the legislation is pretty clear that if somebody does not sign this oath, they can't serve on the MNGA. The other thing is that we would also probably be looking to have people reaffirm the oath probably on a 2-year cycle as well.
Thank you very much. Speaker to my left.
Angel Robinson, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. Another question. Sorry about that. My question was if one of the resolutions further on facilitates somebody standing in for the youth or women chairperson, would there need to be some kind of oath for conflict of interest as well, or do they do that in some other fashion?
That's an excellent question. For the vice chair of either MWBC or MYBC, the vice chair has to be a member of their respective council, so they will have sworn a similar oath of office as a board of directors as well. I would feel that that would be sufficient, but we would be more than happy to have that oath, have this oath extended to them as well.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jobin.
Travis Jobin, Métis Nation, Columbia River Society. Yeah, I'm just looking for some clarification here. Just in the kit, it says via MNGA Governance Committee, and up there it says via Fort St. John Métis Society. I'm just checking, like, is that correct, or is this correct, I guess? I don't remember doing this with the Governance Committee. Is that just a mistake?
My memory may be wrong, but I do believe that this was actually submitted by the Fort St. John Métis Society. So I do believe that Resolution 6, at least the resolution came from Fort St. John. I do believe that the oath part we ran by the Governance Committee. So joint effort.
Thank you very much. The collaboration there, that's always good to see. Leader
Richard
Lewis.
Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis. I'm just wondering if there should be an amendment to the this here where it says I am the president or vice president. Should it not maybe say delegate as well? Because I believe we can bring or send in, we can't, one of our directors.
That's for the Regional Governance Council. For the MNGA, it has to be president or vice president, according to the MNGA. Good question, no?
Thank you.
Anyone else? Not seeing anyone else coming to there. Anyone online? Just to make sure I'm not missing anyone. Thank you. All right, so we'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker and our wonderful staff to get that ready, the voting ready.
Okay, so as this resolution only affects the MNGA Act, we're looking for a majority vote to adopt. Okay, and we're ready to go. So please press A if you're in favor, B if you're opposed, C if you're abstaining. Online, please fill out accordingly. And if you abstain, what does it mean? Excellent. Five, four, three, two. Okay, so the results are 120 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 abstention. 120 in favor, 1 opposed, no abstentions. Yeah, resolution 6 carries.
All right, we will turn right next to resolution number 7. Our hard stop of 4 is still in play, but we'll see how far we can get. Mr. Beaker, please go ahead.
Resolution 7, the subject is constitutional clarifications, so the legislation affected is the Constitution. Was submitted through the MNGA via South Okanagan Similkameen Métis Association on December 3rd, 2023, and requires a 3/4 vote to adopt. Whereas legislative provisions require vigilant review to ensure that they are correctly stated and written in unambiguous language, and in the event an error or inconsistency is discovered, the error must be rectified as a housekeeping matter. So be it resolved that the Constitution be amended as follows. Insert the words "as Board of Directors" in the title Métis Nation British Columbia MNBC, so that it will read Métis Nation British Columbia MNBC and Board of Directors, and that's at the beginning of Article 12 in the Constitution. Strike the word MNBC from Articles 12, 14 to 16, 18 to 27, 36, 41 to 45, 47, 51, 54, 67, 71, and insert Board of Directors in its place. In Article 17, strike the first instance of MNBC and insert Board of Directors in its place. In Article 46, strike first instance of MNBC and insert Board of Directors in its place, and delete the second instance of MNBC. In Article 59, strike the second, fourth, and fifth instances of MNBC and insert Board of Directors in its place. In Article 60, strike all instances of the MNBC, and that's it.
Thank you very much, and I will look for a mover and a seconder. I see Jamie Keefe. A seconder? You don't want to go to the mic? You're so close. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff Crozier, for seconding. I will turn it over to our mover.
This one is very straightforward. We just thought that when it says MNBC and it means Board of Directors, it should say Board of Directors because MNBC can be construed as including citizens, staff, and Board of Directors. So just when it means to say Board of Directors, it should specify that it is the board and not MNBC as in every single citizen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Crozier? Nope. Anyone else wishing to speak to this resolution? You're good? Nope, thank you. All right. Well, we're just flying through. I'm hearing question. Yes, so I will turn it over to Mr. Beaker. This is affecting the Constitution, so I'll let him explain what that's requiring.
So it affects the Constitution, so we require 3/4 of votes cast in approval, and we'll get that vote set up very quickly. We're ready? Yeah. Okay. So if you are in favor, press A. If you're opposed, press B. And if you're abstaining, press C. And for those online, please indicate your decision accordingly. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting closed. Okay, and the results are we have 121 votes in favor, 2 opposed, and 1 abstention. So resolution 7 passes.
Thank you so much. We are going to move to resolution number 8, and I would like to just point out that that means we are ahead of schedule. Mr. Beaker, if I could turn to resolution 8, please.
Every year, he brings that to the AGM with the hope that we are ahead of schedule and he can blow bubbles. And finally, so resolution number 8, the subject is the Provincial Youth Chair clarification of candidate qualifications. So this will affect the Electoral Act and the Constitution. This was submitted to the MNGA through the Salmon Arm Métis Society on December 2nd, 2023, and requires a 3/4 vote to adopt. Whereas legislative provisions require vigilant review to ensure they are correctly stated and written in unambiguous language. Article 23.6 of the Constitution stipulates a minimum age of 18 years to hold a position on the MNBC Board of Directors, and this age restriction is not mentioned in the Electoral Act or the Constitution under candidate qualifications for positions within Métis Youth British Columbia, which includes the office of Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia. And prospective candidates for this office should be clearly aware of the candidate qualifications for this office. Be it resolved that the following text be added to Article 8.3C of the Electoral Act. Any Métis citizen who is between 15 years of age and 30 years of age may seek elected office within the Métis Youth of British Columbia, except for the office of Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia. Any Métis citizen who is between 18 years of age and 30 years of age may seek the elected office of Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia. And the following be added to Article 38 of the Constitution. Any Métis citizen who is between 15 years of age and 30 years of age may vote or seek elected office within the Métis Youth of British Columbia, except for the office of Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia. 38.1. Any Métis citizen who is between 18 years of age and 30 years of age may seek the elected office of Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia. And I also believe that the original mover of this motion may be online. Is that correct? Is Dave Allen? All right.
Thank you very much, and I will, Mr. Allard is moving, and I'll look for a seconder. See in a hand. Thank you. Jaden, and I always forget the last name, Jaden. Rogers, thank you. Thank you very much. So when you're on a first name basis with people, sometimes you forget, oh, what's the last name? Thank you very much. We have a mover and a seconder, and I will recognize Mr. Allard online.
Thank you, Chair Chair Pelletier. Yeah, this one passed at the MNGA unanimously. It's quite straightforward. It addresses contradictions. Also, in the MPCBC bylaws, it states that a person has to be 18 years old to vote at an AGM. So if this doesn't pass, provincial youth chair technically can't vote at an AGM. So this addresses all these issues. So obviously I support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jaden, did you wish to speak to it?
Hi, guys. Yeah, I'm the Region 6 youth rep. Yeah, this was something I was actually a little confused about when I first joined MNBC. And so I think it's just good to have it really clearly and, I don't know, list it twice and just really make that distinction so that people understand to be on the MNGA Board of Directors, you must be a minimum of 18 years old. Yeah. So it's just housekeeping. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Speaker to my right.
Madeline Crozier, Vice President of Rocky Mountain Métis Association. I'm in favor of this. Again, I feel like within our youth, there are a lot of confusion, so this just makes everything clear as day and is perfect. So I'm in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak to Resolution 8? Anyone online? Nope. All right, then we will move to the vote, and I'll turn it to Mr. Beaker.
So the resolution affects the Electoral Act and the Constitution, so we're looking for a 3/4 vote. And voting is live in the room, so if you're in favor, press A. If you're opposed, press B. And if you're abstaining, press C. Thanks. All right. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting closed.
Okay, so we had 120 votes in favor and 2 abstentions. Resolution 8 is adopted.
I don't know what the bubble policy is, but if it were more ahead of schedule, does that? Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to keep rolling. Resolution 10, I'll turn over to Mr. Beaker. Sorry, 9.
Resolution 9.
Thank you.
That's one way to get ahead. Resolution number 9. Yeah. MYBC representation at regional governance councils. This affects the Constitution. So this came to the MNGA through the provincial youth chairperson on December 3rd, 2023, and requires a 3/4 vote to adopt. Whereas it is critical that youth voices are always at the table during discussions. In the event a community president is unable to attend a regional governance council, another member of their board may assume their duties so long as they are a Métis citizen, and a regional youth representative may not be available to attend all RGCs. Be it resolved that the following be added to the end, at the end of Article 16.8 of the Constitution. If a regional youth representative is unable to attend an RGC meeting, that representative may designate a community youth representative to participate with voting privileges, provided they are a Métis citizen.
Thank you very much. I will look for a mover and a seconder. I'm going to invite you.
Hello. Okay. Danielle Bergevin, Provincial Youth Chair. I move.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? I've seen someone coming. Oh.
Deb Fisher, Region 4 Director. I second, right?
Yes. Thank you. And Danielle, we'll turn to you to speak to the matter.
Yeah. I don't think. Oh, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I don't think I have a lot to add to it. I think the resolution is very clear. It's pretty short. I just think it's important to have youth voices and representation at the RGCs.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to ask, just for respect, when we do have speakers, whether it's Mr. Beaker going through the various resolutions or our speakers at the microphone who have been recognized, if we can just kind of keep any of the discussions in the back or wherever it is to a minimum. Thank you very much. I'll invite our speaker there.
Wendy Schneider, Region 4. Just to clarify, it says a regional youth rep to have any community youth go to the RGC. Don't they have to be over the age of 18 to vote?
Not for an RGC. There's no age requirement for the Regional Governance Council.
But if they're voting, they can't vote. So what's the point of having them then, if it's not a legal vote? They have to be over 18.
So for first, let's have the discussion back to the chair. So the answer to that is in the case of a MNBC election or to hold the position of the provincial chairperson, there's a requirement that they need to be over 18 because we're talking about MNBC within the context of the Societies Act. But the regional governance councils that are in the MNBC Constitution are bodies that are created entirely by MNBC, which means that we are not restricted by other legislation that would require participants to be over a certain age. So that would fall into the legislation that MNBC has, that you need to be of 15 years of age to be a youth. But once you're that, you can be a regional youth representative at age 15.
Right.
And if the regional youth representative wants to designate a community youth representative, they would have to be over the age of 15, as in the MNBC Electoral Act and the MNBC Youth Act. So it's 15 for that. I hope that clarifies things.
Kind of, maybe.
All right.
Thank you. We do have someone online, but we didn't, you had sat down, but as the seconder, I'll recognize you first, and then we have Mr. Allard online.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in favor of this. Coming from the Kootenays, and I think just in the last 4 years, we've had a real drop in youth participation. And so I really believe that this actually gives an opportunity, and my hope is actually that our regional youth representative will bring along another youth from another community and let's start mentoring them up right from the beginning.
Thank you very much. We have Mr. Allard online.
Yeah, hi, Dave Allard, Salmon Arm. I support this. I see the need for this. I'm just wondering if someone can update myself and perhaps others as to the present reality after these most recent elections as to all regions' youth reps. Are all the positions filled? And in the case that they're not, or we know that they haven't been, and there will be vacancies eventually. Is there a way to address that as well? If there isn't a regional youth rep, or they move, or can we find a way for a local RGC to nominate a representative as well? So I'm just throwing that out there, but I do support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker. He may be able to answer or respond to that question.
So thank you for the question, Mr. Allard. It's a two-pronged response. So first off, if there is an interim vacancy for the office of regional youth or regional women's representative or regional 2S LGBTQIA+ representative, the RGC can appoint an interim person to that office until there's other elections. In the context of just after the last general election, we do have some vacancies in certain regions for youth and women's representative, but with the passing of the 2S LGBTQIA+ resolution today, we will be looking to have by-elections to fill the positions for the 2S LGBTQIA+ council, at which point we will then also open up nominations for the vacant positions for the youth and women's councils pursuant to the Constitution.
Thank you very much. I know, President DeBoard, you had been up there. Did you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mark DeBoard, Two Rivers. My concern with this is that you're going to have someone voting at the RGC that was never elected by their peers. And so I'd like to propose an amendment that provided they're a Métis citizen on one of the community boards. So it would be a youth representative that has been elected at least by a local community versus just a designated of choice.
Thank you. Yes, so we will.
Maybe a quick suggestion. Perhaps your amendment can be done by just saying may designate a elected community youth representative, and just add elected before community youth representative.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, as
Okay.
long as they've been elected.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, but community just means you're part of the community.
Sorry. So the deputy clerk was mentioning that not all community youth representatives are elected on their board. Sometimes the board, the elected board appoints a community youth representative. However, Mr. DeBoard, if you're suggesting that somebody who is going to be casting a vote in the RGC should be elected, let's add in elected and see where the amendment lands.
Just talking with the youth, I believe I misread it when the first time, where I thought it was just any youth of the community, and now I read it again and I realize that's a defined term. So I don't believe anything needs to change.
All right.
Thank you very
Excellent.
much. Mr. Minot.
Walter Minot, I 100% support this. When you look at the history of MNBC and Métis governments, we've been fighting hard to get the inclusion of our youth involved in our nation building. within our communities. Ever since we put the youth chair in place and the regional youth representatives as well as communities, we've had so much inclusion of our youth. It's just amazing. And if we can allow this to happen, what that's going to do is just going to increase our youth initiatives within the province and bring them forward to take part in our governance and our communities. And it's just going to help us to grow. So 100% behind this.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Pixie.
Pixie Wells, Fraserville Métis Association. I support this. I've spoke with many youth on this initiative or this resolution, and it's just, to me, it's just great successorship. It's teaching them, bringing them along with the occasion and making sure that there's somebody at the table all the time and that voice is there. So I wholeheartedly support this.
Thank you very much. Recognize the next speaker on my left.
Xavier Brewer, Métis Nation Powell River Community President. I'd just like to propose an amendment to add chartered in front of the word community, so it reads, may designate a chartered community youth representative. Maybe that would clarify.
Thank you. We're just going to double check the Constitution and the definitions to see whether that's a defined term and whether, so just give us a moment.
So in the Constitution, there are references to both community and to charter communities as well. In the context of the Constitution, community does mean a charter community, but both are both are referenced. Let's go with it.
So I'll look for a seconder to add the word chartered. And I saw the first, yep, and she's coming to the microphone.
Berard, Golden Ears Métis Society Youth Representative. I second.
Thank you very much. Any discussion on adding the word chartered? I'm seeing heads going this way. All right, I will look for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to adding the word chartered as set out here in on the screen? Any objection? Certainly. So the proposed amendment is to add the word chartered in front of community youth representative as set out on the screen in red. I'm looking to see if there's any objection to accepting that amendment. Seeing none, I'm going to take that as unanimous consent. So that amendment passes. And we are back to the resolution now as amended. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak online or in the room? I'm here. I heard question. So yes, we will now turn to the vote. I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker and our wonderful staff.
So it's a constitutional amendment, 3/4 vote to adopt. Voting is open. If you are in favor, press A. If you're opposed, press B. If you abstain, press C. And if you're online, please make your choice accordingly. Five, four, three. All right, so the results are 127 votes in favor, 3 opposed, and 1 abstention. Resolution 9 is adopted.
We've got 10 minutes before the hard stop. I want to thank everyone. We'll stop here because we wouldn't get much more than just reading into perhaps the first bit. And I'm sure the staff would appreciate a few extra minutes to get the room ready. So I want to thank everyone for the respectful discussion all throughout the day, the hard work and the camaraderie, and it's been a great day so far, and we'll see you back tomorrow morning at 8:30. 8:30 tomorrow morning, 9:30 Mountain Time. Did you want to make any announcements about what time the dinner is? I don't know what time it is. 6? I don't have that schedule. That's what I'm just asking. Yeah, we'll make a quick announcement. You know what? That's what I was thinking. Like when I was looking at it, see how far ahead you got. Because the way I kind of described it is you was
So the banquet is at 6:30 in the Pinnacle Ballroom here. 6:30.